Just make sure my mic is on. Mic check, mic check. All right. Seems like we have volume here. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone is doing well this morning. So we did have some economic data that came out across the board. Thank you, Peter. Good morning. So economic data that we got this morning, and there's quite a bit of more economic data that's set to come out, but we got some goods trade balances. Core PCE came in line 2.9%. Was the expectation, and that's what it came in at, 0.3% for the month-over-month July, coming in line. So no real change there. We did see a small pop in the Dixie, a small pop in the US 10 and 2-year yield, but it's really flat and muted right now. Personal spending coming in line, 0.5%. Pretty much everything at that 8:30 time frame came in line. We do have retail inventories also coming in line. Wholesale inventory, slight miss there. Canada GDP numbers. Where did that come in at? I guess we're still getting a little bit of the data there. Small decrease in the Canadian GDP actually. And then the next data set we have is Dallas Fed PCE at 9. It's not too market moving, but the Chicago PMI at 10 a.m. should influence things, or I guess at 9:45 should influence things. And then we have Michigan 1 and 5-year inflation expectations. And then we do have that Atlanta Fed GDP. So jumping into the charts here, let's just go through macro land real quick. You can see the 10 and 2-year yield still trying to diverge a little bit. Yields obviously are still going through this choppy consolidation pattern. Again, if you break this pivot low, obviously we're heading much, much lower on the 10-year yield, which is looking like the likelier outcome. But if you keep holding these pivots, there's a strong chance we could try to push up again and retest these little neckline zones. So I would not like to see that. I would like to see yields fall. But nevertheless, it's not what I want. It's what the bond market decides. Dixie right now trying to still carve out a little bit of a near-term bottom. You're just wedging here. A nice daily chart wedge pattern is forming. You're potentially trying to form some higher lows, but you really haven't given that higher high trend change, so it's chopping around. Therefore, no higher highs. Gold is still remaining very, very firm. Natural gas going through a little bit of backing and filling this morning, which is very helpful. You can see the level that I'm watching for nat gas is that previous weekly engulfing pivot. So as long as we stay above here, it is looking like a weekly engulfing candle on the nat gas chart, which is very, very bullish. So we'll see how that wants to consolidate today. And if you build off of this bull flag, nat gas can push a little bit higher. WTI crude this morning is also acting quite well. Yet again, trying to grind just a little bit higher in the near term. We'll have to monitor that one very, very closely. We did have quite a few earnings after the bell. Some of the household names that we will discuss here, starting with some of our biggest market movers. So we have ticker Wolf, our Petco Health, WOOF, gapping up to the high side. A high short interest name. Chart pattern's not looking too bad for a potential continuation long. Above that EMA 113. Yeah, you got to look at that convergence of moving averages all in that vicinity, and you're getting a nice pop. So that one's coiled for potentially a little bit of a squeeze. AFRM reporting higher than expected earnings, beating expectations, a little light on the EPS side, but nevertheless popping to the upside here. And again, another high short interest name that can squeeze to the upside. You're kind of clearing this major pivot high, which often allows the company to run. Now, that being said, we are coming up into that inverse head and shoulders target, that fully measured move. So this one you got to be careful with for an intraday reversal back down. I'm going to watch this one for a short. I do like AFRM for a potential short trade. All right, we have ADSK Autodesk reporting earnings. Autodesk is gapping up to the high side, triggering a beautiful inverse head and shoulders. No matter which way you draw from the neckline, it gives you higher price targets on this name. So a very, very bullish print. Again, I still don't often like chasing the gap ups on earnings. I like to wait a couple days to see it, but this one looks like a continuation swing long. Upside target about 370. So we'll see how this one wants to digest. You are sweeping a main pivot high Probably the bigger near-term short resistance is going to be 343 here. So there might be a continuation long into this vicinity. So watch for a pullback on ADSK, and that one probably provides a bit of an opportunity to go long. Where I would consider it off of a pullback, let's see that zone, probably a retest of this 316 zone. Looks a little enticing. All right, Sentinel 1, ticker S. Also seeing a little bit of strength this morning on the back of its earnings report, gapping up to the high side. Nothing to do there for me. Tough name. I mean, where you probably want to go today, it looks like, actually we'll do it from the steeper in decline. Let's go to the weekly chart. Yeah, this one's clearing some weekly resistance, so I think this one you can be bought as long as you maintain structure above that 1857 EMA 113. It looks like a potential continuation long. Let's see what else is moving here. Ambarella, AMBA. Ambarella up 17.5% right now. Shaking to the upside. Beautiful pop. Clearing that weekly chart resistance. If you break out of this longer term zone, this is another one that can be watched for a swing trade continuation. Huge beat on the EPS. 5 million extra in revenue. Let's keep scrolling through. Nice move today on Alibaba. Baba also reporting earnings. Baba gapping up right now, looking like it's going to clear this pivots. We are obviously long Baba. We've taken our first trim at the highs here, but we are still writing some farther dated calls into next year. That being said, I like this earnings print. Baba's cloud segment revenue grows 26% versus analyst expectation of 18.4%. Company posted 247.65 billion yuan, which is 34.62 billion in revenue, slightly lower than the expectations. Baba develops a new AI chip that is more versatile and is expected to help fill AI bellwethers NVIDIA void in China. Chinese tech have been focusing on homegrown tech to counter US limits, blah, 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 blah. So overall, Alibaba misses revenue, beats on the EPS, stock is gapping up, cloud segment showing strong revenue growth, trying to compete with NVIDIA's chip, developing their own in-house chip. Let's see what else we got for Baba. Alibaba's earnings hit by food delivery battle. Interesting. Quite a bit of capex spending. So nevertheless, I mean, I like Alibaba. This is one of the longs that I've been tucking away on the long-term trades, and it's working out quite well for us, looking very, very strong. You can see it is lifting Baidu a little bit as well. So Baidu this morning also pushing up. All right, ESTC. I haven't traded this name, but Elastic N gapping up to the high side on earnings. Right now it's up about 7.7, market cap 9.8 billion. What's the volume right now? A little bit of volume. Not looking too bad, looking like a very strong chart. BRP Inc. Nothing to do there. Axon seeing a little bit of strength. IREN. This name is pushing to the high side. What a strong stock IREN has been for a number of weeks here. Pushing to the high side. Very, very strong. Also on earnings. I didn't really dive into this name, but beating EPS, missing on the revenue, still pushing up. Looking like it's going to sweep that all-time high price today, guys. You know, I'd be more inclined to fade this one. You're probably going to get a nice intraday reversal off that high. Looks like a bit of a blow off top on IREN today. The only thing about this name is that it's a 6.69 billion market cap, a little small, so it does have a shot to move higher. We are seeing Zscaler trying to break out and push up. Actually, that's a really strong chart. Back testing, that's a nice double bottom here off of that EMA. Previous high pivot support zone. Zscaler looks pretty good for a continuation. This morning, Celsius, CellH is pushing to the upside here on the back of potentially Pepsi taking a larger stake. So that is very, very bullish for Celsius. Very bullish. All right, that's pretty much the market movers. I don't think I really missed any of the crazy ones. Yeah, we discovered the main ones on watch. Again, a firm I'm looking for a potential short. Looking at some of the biggest losers. And this just pains me this morning, but the biggest loser, one of the biggest losers on the session, Marvell, MRVL. Unfortunately, this stock is gapping down. Earnings were okay. I mean, you came in line. You finally printed, really for the first time, over 2 billion in revenue. So that's obviously a positive growth factor. Finally climbing that new psychological barrier for earnings revenue, but the stock is gapping down, not based off of the earnings and EPS results. Stock is gapping down based off of poor next quarter guidance on the back of the CEO having consumer spending fears on the tariffs impacting consumer spending. So again, do I think they're kind of just throwing it out here? I do. I still like the company from a major longer term revenue growth standpoint. I still think they're going to be probably bought out within the next 5 years by a major company. Still a company that you want to tuck away, I think, for the long-term picture. But Marvell obviously gapping down here. Looks like it's triggering this head and shoulders pattern. And this is the really peculiar thing about Wall Street. Here you had a gap up on higher guidance for their cloud business model. So they came in with higher forward guidance, and now they're coming in with lower forward guidance or potentially cautionary forward guidance. So just one of those Wall Street manipulation tactics that obviously I'm getting caught right now. I'm still writing January 16th call options, which are going to take a hit here. That being said, I mean, this stock can make a bullish reversal back up, but definitely under some pressure here in the near term. Where I would trade this one, I'd have to see how it bottoms out, but first thing right off the glance, you're coming into two major gap fills. So a lot of volume was traded in and around this consolidation zone. You have a 50% retrace zone. It does look like this lower gap should hold the price action. We'll see if that wants to hold. In the pre-market, you did hold that area, but you're kind of trading right near the lowest for MRVL. But it does look like that could be an area of opportunity to potentially trade on the long side. I'm obviously going to be watching it because I have a long position already, but nevertheless, we'll have to see how those calls will open up, and at least we still have a couple months on the clock, but definitely it has to climb back and do quite a bit of work. All right, Caterpillar seeing a little bit of volume here in the pre-market to the downside, so that name is under a little bit of pressure this morning. Nothing really to do there. Probably going to get bought up off of its 20-day moving average. That's typically a bullish stock. Still likely wants to push higher. Let's look at Dell. Dell also reported earnings similar to Marvell, having a decent earnings report, but it's what? That next quarter guidance that is really shaking people up. Markets do not like when companies give poor forward guidance. All right, I'm just seeing what else is shaking and moving on the downside right now. That's pretty much the main ones. Let's just see what else is the unusual volume here. Unusual volume trends. WF seeing a bit of unusual volume this morning. settles that, let's look at some of the most trades here. Yeah, so IREN, Rigetti, seeing some distribution. Not much there. See something here? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, let's go through some of the usual suspects here, the mega cap tech names. So you have Tesla right now, slightly negative, but really not doing too much here. Yesterday it saw a pretty nasty sell-off, but it did bounce quite nicely off of the lows, recapturing that downsloping trend line to a T. So Tesla right now still living to fight another day, still above that 7-day moving average, looking somewhat decent. Meta's been a name that has been going through quite a bit of backing and filling. Meta right now down pretty sharply in the pre-market. I mean, 0.91%, one of the names that are underperforming in the mega cap tech names, but it looks like Meta wants to tag that 50-day and potentially this lower boundary channel. Google right now also under a bit of pressure, so GOOGL has been a strong stock, sweeping those all-time high prices. And now it looks like it's trying to come in just a touch here on Google, but definitely looking still very strong on the daily chart. We'll have to watch that name for a nice pullback and continuation. Typically when stocks are breaking out into new 52-week highs, that first initial pullback into your previous consolidation zone, which would be around this 200, 197, is your area of opportunity. Apple right now, pretty flat but slightly green in the pre-market. Apple's chart is looking very bullish. Looks like Apple wants to target that 250 zone. I mean, you're probably going to be sweeping some of those highs. Microsoft right now still trying to shake off some of that sell side pressure. It is bouncing off that 50-day moving average, slightly negative today, but back above that 7-day moving average. Microsoft looks like it's probably going to do a 50% retrace of this entire move because this is the first retest of the 50-day moving average since you broke out above it here on your last couple earnings reports ago. So Microsoft's looking a little bit more constructive in the near term, which is probably going to help cloud stocks. Nvidia is still going through a bit of backing and filling down right now, just over 1% in the pre-market. Looking like it's wanting to probably retest the lows. We'll see if it ever wants to come back down to this earnings low. So typically stocks do have a high probability of retesting their earnings low. We will see if that is the case for Nvidia. Nvidia right now just sandwiched between the 7 and 20-day moving average, looking to lose that 7-day today. We'll see if it can retest the lows. If you get sort of an hourly close below this previous pivot, then it looks like Nvidia is probably going to be heading down to your 50-day moving average. Amazon also had a bullish reversal. Amazon's daily chart is looking quite bullish in the near term, in my opinion. There is a beautiful intraday pattern that is shaping up for Amazon, and it does look like it wants to push higher in the near term. You can see some higher lows. You're really trying to break out of this downsloping trend line. You can see you ran into it just a little bit, but Amazon looks coiled. I mean, this chart has had a nice amount of consolidation. You're kind of stair-stepping your way higher. There's arguably a weird looking inverse head and shoulders. I guess it's a 4-hour chart pattern. You use this as your left shoulder, your head. It's a weird sloppy looking one, but it's there. And you can see it has another 10% move to the upside, which pushes about to 255, 256. And if Amazon breaks out, there's going to be a lot of sympathy bids. One of the names I like transport stocks like DPRO. This is a major e-commerce delivery business in Canada. I see their cars and their trucks everywhere. They're just exploding and growing at sheer force. And it's because there's so much e-commerce ordering online, packages being delivered to homes. You know, just in my little rural area yesterday, I saw 3 of these DPR vans delivering packages to the houses around me. And I mean, I don't have that many houses around me. I'm in a very secluded area. But nevertheless, very strong price action in DPRO. There's obviously a lot of other names that I think could catch bids, but some of your smaller delivery e-commerce businesses can probably firm up a little bit more. All right, so QQQ right now is under the most pressure in the pre-market. IWM is actually green. So if we look at the Qs here, Qs, look at the spacing of all these moving averages. This is a raging bull market still on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ right now does look like it's trying to roll people in for a head and shoulders pattern. But as of now, the Qs are still holding structure. They're still above your 7 and 20. If you started to lose your 7 and 20 day moving average, that's where I think it's a bit of more of an aggressive short zone down into your 50. But the big level that the bulls want to maintain is this impulse green candle. That's kind of your bullish level to hold. Bullish line in the sand. So the bulls do not want to lose this impulse green candle on the daily chart. But as of now, you're just getting a nice retest. You will have some support on the Qs. Qs could retest this previous little pivot high. We'll draw that in there. So we'll see if the Qs want to retest this zone right now and hold it. That kind of is your next support area on the Qs around that 574 pierce zone. If you lose that, then you're going down to your neckline, and then we'll have to reassess from that zone. But let's just look at some of the smaller time frames. So look at the cluster of moving averages you have on the 30-minute chart. 20-minute chart EMA is at 573. Let's look at the 15-minute. Yeah, 15-minute chart's at 573.38. Your 10-minute. So you're coming right into that 10-minute EMA 113. You could get a small pierce and bounce off of it alone, but that's a strong area for a potential bounce on the Qs. Let's look at the S&P 500 really quickly. So holding a little bit more relative strength. Obviously, yesterday you had a really strong breakout to the upside. The question is, are we going to get a retest of this breakout zone? There's always a strong chance after you get a breakout of a retest. It's looking likely that we get that retest today. That's honestly what it's looking like. But there's still a lot of strong support. Even down here, this is your minimal consolidation zone where you had a reversal. Then you had a bit of a volume distribution and a breakout. So this is technically your first breakout zone back test of the smaller time frame pattern. So if this holds here, this market's probably going up to 650 today. And then obviously we do have higher targets. Then we have 652. And then your bigger bullish target is 660 on SPY. So right now we're still in a very strong uptrend. Very strong. I mean, you got multiple bullish patterns triggering on really a few different time frames here. So the market is still looking exceptionally good to the upside. You've actually triggered the inverse head and shoulders and confirmed it on the 4-hour chart. You haven't really confirmed it yet on the daily, but the 4-hour chart you have. So decent time frame pattern that has confirmed that bullish breakout. IWM looking pretty decent this morning. It is your only indice green. A little bit long in the tooth up here, I will admit that. But obviously IWM is continuing to float and grind on the back of interest rate cuts. You have fulfilled the upside target of this inverse head and shoulders. So right now we're not really creating any sort of a pattern. The only real big pattern that I see on the Russell, and it's massive. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen an inverse head and shoulders this big, but if we simply were to draw out this inverse head and shoulders here, I mean, this thing is humongous, guys. It is absolutely humongous. So look how big that inverse head and shoulders on the Russell 2000 is on the daily chart. I mean, if that's the pattern that's playing out, we're talking about an IWM to 280. 280. That is filthy. You know, which implies still about an upside left of about 17, 18%. So that's really the only major daily chart pattern that I'm seeing. You know, we fulfilled that longer one. Obviously, this daily chart pattern is a much bigger one, so it's going to play out over weeks and months, not daily and hourly time frames. So, but that's really your big bullish pattern on the Russell that is I'm observing. And the question is, you know, market makers typically don't make it that easy. I would love to see a retest all the way down to this neckline. Call it filling this gap, 225, 223 zone. If we got a retest there, I'd absolutely love it. I would love that. But that's what the Russell is shaping up right now. And right now you have had 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of consecutive upside. So again, you are a little stretched intraday up here. I'm personally not chasing long the Russells. I've been long the Russell a few times, mainly off of that J. Powell Jackson Hole pop. But there's quite a bit of distribution that's still happening in this range. But as of now, the Russell's still just floating and grinding to the high side. All right, so that's pretty much the market summary before we open. Crypto is under pressure this morning, so we still remain short with members. I like the fact that Ethereum is still working out. Again, my short average on ETH is around this 47.85, and right now ETH is looking a little bit toppy right now. I think you're going to see a little bit more Bitcoin dominance take hold, but again, you look at this potential head and shoulders on the total crypto market cap, and it is suggesting about a 10 to 12% pullback from current levels. So I still think crypto is under a lot of pressure. You look at the divergences. So a lot of those Ethereum treasury stocks have been weak. They have not been performing. Despite Ethereum holding, pretty much near the highs here, BMNR has not held any sort of structure today. Looking at over the last few days, looking at Coinbase, this is looking pretty bearish. Although I do like buying stocks off of this key moving average, especially since it's tested it a couple times and seems to be holding, just with the distribution signals I'm seeing in the crypto market, a little concerning to be long crypto at this point. Natural gas. Oh yeah, we touched base on natural gas. Let's look at uranium quickly. Gold and silver. Uranium still strong. Wow. Uranium going for new all-time highs. Let's look at Oklo and SMR. That might be a short setup today. Let's look at SMR. Not as strong. But that Oklo, I mean, can you believe this company's not even a profitable company yet? It seems that all Wall Street bids up is these high growth spec companies. All right, that's going to summarize that. So really the main things on watch for me today, I'm looking at an AFRM short, guys. I'm going to see how the indices settle out again. If I had to pick a battle, I would be more inclined to go long the major indices. SPY holding more relative strength than the Qs, IWM holding more relative strength than both. But I'm looking at a short on Affirm. I think that that is the area of opportunity. Affirm is almost into that measured move high of this larger weekly inverse head and shoulder. So it's almost completed that entire move. So we'll see how that one reacts. Other than that, Marvell, obviously my call options for January are going to be a little bit depressed today. But at least I still have a couple months on the clock. Maybe it can climb back and get me to break even. But again, I started buying Marvell around this $72 zone and those. That's just the nature of the beast. Sometimes you get caught in a downside draft of the earnings. You get caught in upside, you get caught in downside. You look at Snowflake. Snowflake had an epic candle yesterday, seeing a little bit of distribution. MongoDB still strong, but coming under a little bit of sell side pressure today. I still think that this name should have at least a retest back to this previous pivot high and then call it 280 on the chart. Thought that meant I was trading coffee. I haven't looked at coffee in a while. But no, I don't really trade coffee, to be honest. Alright guys, so let's go to split screen mode. We'll throw on that S&P 500 trade. You can see Marvell's at the lows of the session. It is into an area of support here for Marvell, but definitely weak. Alright, let's throw in that SPY 15-minute chart. Again, SPY still in a massive bull trend. I gotta get my other thing up here. Let's close that. I'm gonna watch Affirm for a short, guys. And the nice thing too, guys, is wait, what did I want to say? Alright, yeah, I think I covered everything. That's pretty much that. BABA up 7.45%. Beautiful price action in BABA. Beautiful. I love it. I love BABA. Typically, China stocks do have a tendency of getting faded off of the open on earnings, but again, looking pretty decent. All right, so we'll see how a firm wants to open here. SPY obviously gapping down a little bit. Let's see how BABA holds on to its gains. There you are, BABA. We'll watch BABA. So again, I'm looking at a firm short. SPY I would consider taking long right around this 646 Pierce zone. That's kind of my long entry on the S&P. So let's get shaking and moving here. I gotta stand up for the open. Yeah, I do think long SPY makes sense, but a little bit lower. And I'm just gonna be patient with this name. Let's throw on our opening ranges here. All right, so we're watching this market as a whole. Markets are open, guys. Markets are open. AFRM still acting quite well. I'm going in with common shares short on a firm, guys. Common shares short on AFRM. I want it to pierce 95 bucks, and I'm going to take a starter position. A firm trying to push. Come on, AFRM. Marvell trying to firm up. Alibaba's ripping here. 129 up 8.2%. SPY's still seeing some distribution. Intel's down. SoundHound pushing. SoFi green. Tesla green. Nvidia down 1.3. Open pushing. Dixie's trying to push. Alibaba's still a beast right now. Nvidia down 1.6%, getting slapped around on Nvidia. Firm is getting faded here, guys. I never took a short, but wow. I'm still interested in it. I want to see it pierce this 95.32 for a short. Dang dang, what do you think about shorting GDX? I wanted to take a GDXD. So I'm already short GDX. So I do like that. Baba is a monster right now. Look at Baba pushing. Crazy. All right, a firm is coming into a short level for me. I am taking common shares short on a firm. Come on, give it to me. All right, I'm short a firm, 95.90. Starter position, this is a 1/3 common shares short, 95.90. I will add to my short around 99 Pierce. Second entry, and then third entry on a firm is around 101.50. It's a wide range on this one. This one has a huge range. Baba coming in, Marvell still selling off. AEO doing quite well today. Dragonfly another 4%. Nvidia almost down 2. S&P 500 still under some pressure this morning. Dixie getting slightly faded. Tesla slightly green. Affirm's pushing up into my second short level. SPY still heavy here. Farmers had a monster move to the upside, squeezing and squeezing. 99 bucks, I take my second fill on AFRM. Absolute beast. Alibaba's still strong. All right, guys, I just took my second fill on a firm, 99.06, 99.06. That is crazy. What a strong stock, up 25%. S&P 500 still weak. Tesla's still holding steady. Nvidia down 1.8. Google, Meta, Apple, Microsoft all negative on the tape. The QQQ down 0.49. SPY down 0.23. Bitcoin down 2.1. Crude is green. Nat gas trying to go green. IWM still strong on the tape. Look at this ONDS looking like it's making a bit of a blow move today. Coming in sharply. Marvell still weak on the session, but trying to catch a bit of a bid. Marvell has been a dog today. Whew. Let's look at ADSK. ADSK has also been a strong stock off of its earnings. Still holding pretty decent structure here for ADSK. Wow. Let's look at ticker Wolf. A firm is starting to come in. Ticker Wolf getting slightly faded here. SPY still looking super duper heavy. Crude still acting well. Let's look at Nvidia again. Nvidia down 1.93%. Trying to hold steady. Rigetti still strong. Open still strong. IREN up 25% on IREN. Wow. What a beast, man. What a beast, that company. Affirm still staying remarkably strong. Let's look at the S&P. S&P, Affirm going for new highs. S&P coming in. Nat gas trying to go slightly positive here. Yields are still green, gold's still green, nat gas is down 1%. Crude oil still trying to firm up a little bit. The Dixie up slightly. Qs are still underperforming in a big way. Google's green, JP Morgan's green, Tesla's slightly green. Palantir gone back to the negative side. Ethereum down 3%. UNH green today. BABA up 9% on the tape, guys. BABA pushing. Come on, BABA. Keep pushing. Still a name that I've been pounding the table on. Alibaba. A beast. Absolute moneymaker on BABA. We are long BABA. We've been long BABA since July. Early July. We've taken massive profits on BABA 120 calls already. I'm still riding 2026 position to the upside. So BABA is pushing. Push, 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 BABA. Just see what those calls are worth right now. So right now my BABA 160 calls are up about 100%. And those are for next year. Still got lots of time. Nvidia is still at the dead lows for Nvidia. Affirm still trying to shake off some of this bullish strength. Nvidia getting dumped on right now. Still under a lot of pressure. Marvell trying to firm up. UNH still green. Snapchat green. VKTX green. SMCI getting pounded today. Apple slightly negative. Microsoft down 0.35. Nvidia taking this S&P 500 and QQQ market down with it. Nat Gas giving up some of the gains. Netflix red. Tesla's now gone red, down 0.21%. You can see the S&P still struggling here. Still struggling. 10-minute chart support lies at 646.35. NIO seeing some distribution today. Bitcoin still losing that 110,000. Crypto is coming under pressure with this market. Look at Bitcoin dumping. Look at ETH. ETH coming in hard. Oof. SPY coming in hard too. SPY coming in to a long level here off of this 10-minute chart support. It's aggressive, but it should hold that 10-minute chart support, guys. If you're wanting to go long SPY, I would look for 647 calls. We're now green on our... Thanks, dang dang. Like the way traders like you're calling a game Liverpool versus Arsenal on Sunday. I am a Gunners fan. That is going to be a crazy game to watch. But let's go Arsenal on Sunday. We're going to kick Liverpool's butt. All right, so Affirm. We are now green on Affirm, guys. We are green on Affirm. Still waiting for this market to settle in here. My average on Affirm is 97.59. 97.59, guys. 97.59 is my average. Come on, Affirm. Go lower. And it's a 2/3 position. Short common shares. S&P still looking a little bit weaker here. Nvidia just absolutely knifing still, guys. You know, this Affirm trade, guys, don't be surprised if Affirm goes negative today. I know it's a long shot, but I'm calling it now. Don't be surprised if they try to fade this whole AFRM move. I wasn't that impressed with their earnings, to be honest, but it is what it is. It's a high short interest name, catching momentum, still lofty here, but I would not be shocked if they just sold this whole AFRM move. So just be aware of that. All right, China stocks are trying to catch a bid. Marvell trying to still firm up off of the lows. If you're wanting to take a stab on Marvell long here, using a stop loss at the low, that could work out. Just understand, semis are still going through distribution with Nvidia under a lot of pressure, but Marvell is a long down here with a stop loss at the lows. Let's see what my calls are doing for Marvell. Firm trying to push here. Nvidia catching a little bit of a bid. Yeah, so my Marvell calls for January are down sharply. But that's okay. I'm considering kind of adding to the position. It's probably not the wisest thing to do on earnings, but still think they could try to push Marvell up. I think this is a shakeout fake out here. I still like Marvell as a company, to be honest, but just a little bit of Wall Street manipulation. I'll wait. I'll be patient with that name. We'll see what happens. I got enough exposure to it already. If it goes lower, then I'd look to take some longer term common share positions. All right, so we are still seeing the market going through a bit of distribution here. Baba seeing a little bit of topics. Ethereum just absolutely getting knifed on right now, guys. Look at ETH. ETH looks like it wants new lows. Let's look at BMNR. BMNR, actually, funny enough, BMNR is trying to hold steady. How's Circle doing? CRCL. SPY still getting heavy here. 647 calls still look interesting. for the S&P. CRCL, come on. CRCL trying to hold steady here. Affirm, come on. I want this to be a moneymaker for us today, guys. Affirm coming in hard. Back down to the lows here on Affirm. Opening range low would be about a 5% gain for us. Come on. Marvell catching a nice little bit of liquidity. Today, AEO is still acting quite well. Natural gas getting clobbered. Bitcoin and crypto still under a lot of pressure. Dragonfly coming in a little bit. Let's look at the relative strength in the market today. So look at the broad market in the S&P. S&P 500 is seeing some massive strength today as the Qs are going through their distribution. The broad market is seeing unwavering strength. QQQ is coming into a bigger support level here. SPY still hasn't hit its bigger support level, but it's coming in hard, guys. S&P 500, 647 calls. Look interesting here. We are coming into this channel. It's going to probably try to pierce this high, but 10-minute chart support should work out here off of this EMA. So I'm considering SPY calls. I'm considering SPY zeros off of that zone. Nvidia now down 3% on the tape, getting clobbered. Ouchies. Nvidia is getting absolutely smoked. Apple slightly negative but holding steady. BABA still up 8% on the tape. UNH, CNC performing quite well. PMI data coming out right now. Let's look at what the PMI data is saying for us. PMI data 46.6 consensus coming in at 41.5. A big miss on the PMI data. There's SPY. Come on, SPY is tagging its first little support level. I'm still short Affirm. I'm looking at going long S&P. I want my call options on SPY below $1 on the 0 DTEs. I'm going to take a half position long SPY, 647 calls, but it looks like we could even try to sweep this low here. Here it goes, guys. SPY, come on. Give us a little bit lower. Affirm's printing. Come on. Contracts are at $1. Our contracts are under $1 here. I'm going to take my first stab here, 647 SPY calls. All right, I am long SPY. I am long the S&P starter position long. 93 cents long 647s. Half position, guys. They're still going to try to sweep this low a little bit, but SPY is tagging some support. Come on, give us a little bit of a bounce. Give us a little bit of a bounce. Give us a little bit of a bounce. My next ad level will be come on, SPY, firm up a little bit. Just give us a little bit of a bounce. SPY's still heavy. Right now, the Dixie's trying to find support. Nvidia's still super weak. Come on, SPY, give us a little bit of a bounce here. QQQ still down 0.82%. They're trying to bounce a little. Qs have done a full round trip retrace to that key zone that I was looking at in the pre-market. Looking at the Qs here. Hourly chart support on the Qs is incoming, but super weak for the NASDAQ. Come on, SPY, bounce back to 647. No way, dang, no Liverpool fans. All right, SPY catching a little bit of a bid here. Come on, give us a little bit more. Ten-minute chart support is being tagged. QQQ back testing its key trend line zone here. Retesting prior day low on the Qs. Come on, give us a small bounce. Give us a small bounce. SPY continuing to drift lower. Again, I'll add a SPY at around prior day low, but we are knifing here. We are knifing. This is a sweep zone, liquidity sweep of a previous breakdown and reversal zone. They are trying to knife us through that area right now. Qs are definitely getting a little oversold. QQQ looking heavy here. My oh my. Look at the Qs, how heavy they're getting. It's really coming down to Nvidia still selling. Still short of firm. That name is trying to bounce a little bit. Come on, SPY, give us a little bit of a bid. Qs are looking like they want that EMA on the hourly chart. Dixie's trying to firm up a little bit. We've now swept that low on the S&P 500 chart. Wow, they are knifing this market down on the S&P 500. Palantir down 1.2. Nvidia down 3.38. Nasty sell-off on a Friday today. All right, if Qs tag this hourly chart support, I'm going to look to add to my SPY. They are dumping the S&P 500 in full force right now. Mainly the Qs are being dumped. A little bit of a bounce here. They're trying to firm SPY up a little bit. Decent bounce in the Qs and SPY. They did do a liquidity sweep. We'll see how much they want to bounce this market now. Bit of 10-minute chart. Let's get these 647s back in the money. Come on. Give us more. Give us more. I want more. Gold still acting well. Crude oil slightly green. This is a nice back test for the Qs. That is a clinical back test of the QQQ zone here. Qs are trying to firm up just a little bit here. Hitting 30-minute chart support on the Qs, piercing that area. Come on, get back to 647, SPY. Get back to 647. So you can see we've swept that opening range low on SPY. 646.80 is your big area for SPY. QQQ, you're tagging prior day low, opening range low sweep. Still a big area here. If we lose this, it should be very troublesome for the rest of the day, and it could open up a move through that prior day low on the SPY. A firm, we're still short a firm. So we're kind of at least a little bit hedged there with one long, one short. AEO still holding steady. NIO down 1.92. What else? GDX still green. Palantir trying to firm up just a little bit. SPY still struggling here. Struggling quite a bit. Qs are still trying to stabilize. Big bounce coming on the Qs. Nvidia is seeing some liquidity. SPY calls are back to the green side. Come on. Get them back up here. Let's see if we can get a 50% retrace of this move. 50% retrace would take us back to 647.35. AFRM trying to catch a bid. QQQ still seeing some distribution. Amazon down half, Nvidia down 2.76, Microsoft down 0.71, Apple up 0.2, Google green up 0.19, Meta getting hit hard down 1.24, Tesla slightly negative. Still seeing SPY can muster up some strength here. Marvell still trading down 16%. Ethereum getting absolutely crushed in the crypto land. Beautiful for our short. Ethereum looking like it wants to close at the lows. Did sweep that low of day, but looking weaker on the tape. BTC, look at BTC. Absolutely sheer weakness on the session. IWM still holding some structure, but coming in off of a double top resistance zone. Qs are still seeing distribution. SPY still seeing distribution. That was a little bit of a back test on SPY. I'm still interested in adding to my position. I'm in a half long SPY 647 call position. Come on, S&P. Get back up to that OR low. Affirm acting well. Qs are still trying to bounce a little bit. Still seeing some interesting price action in the market. You do have relative strength today, outperforming your major indices. So look at how the S&P and Qs are negative, but you look at RSP, it's almost near the highs, trying to break out a prior day high. Almost near the highs. All right, SPY going for another little low test here. Look at that, another low breakdown here for the S&P 500. Again, I'm looking to add at around 645.50. I'll double up my position and that would be it. All right, guys, I just took a fill there at 69 cents. Six contracts long, SPY 647s. Six contracts long. Right now, my average is sitting at 79 cents. So I am down. Dixie's still trying to firm up. VIX is catching a nice bid. So we are coming up into 15-minute chart support on SPY. But we are breaking down here sharply, sitting right above that PDL. This is a nasty sell-off in the equity market today. Qs are at the lows. Palantir down 1.68. Nvidia getting smoked. Apple still green. Tesla had a really big drop there. S&P 500 still going lower. Piercing that prior day low, tagging 15-minute chart, moving average support. Wow, QQQ hitting hourly chart support. Qs are at a much bigger level than the S&P 500. Qs are hitting hourly chart support, SPY is hitting 15-minute chart support. Dixie really hasn't done anything. Yields are still kind of staying the same. Knifing this market on a Friday. Taking it lower. Still short of firm. Open up 10%. Yep. Open is a beast right now. That's why we took profits at the lows here. Open hit our measured move targets. We were calling for that symmetry move. That's why we cleaned out that trade and took our profits, because open is a monster right now. Crazy, crazy. SPY still under some pressure down here. See if it can bounce. Still short of firm. Looking for a firm to retest the lows. I'm surprised it hasn't yet. I think it's because small caps are holding quite steady in the near term. IWM has gone negative though. So look at the QQQ. Let's see if we can muster up a bounce here. SPY is under a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. Snapchat still green. Ethereum down 4%. That short is executing quite well. IWM going negative here on the Russell. Nvidia trying to stabilize just a touch here. JP Morgan still acting well. Caterpillar's down. Boeing's down. Semiconductors are still under a lot of pressure. QQQ still heavy here. Wow. Open is up 15, squeezing. Iron still up 20. Marvell down 16. Baba is up nicely on the session, holding the majority of its gains, up 9.72%. AFRM up 18. Tesla down 0.7. SoFi down. Intel down. Neo down. Lucid down. SPY still trying to catch a small bit off of this area, but you can see it's acting very, very heavy. AFRM curling slightly lower now. Come on, SPY, give us a nice bounce. Give us a bounce here, SPY. Okay, my average on SPY 647s is 79 cents. I'm down right now. 6 contracts long, small position. Come on. Come on, SPY. That's a nice reversal. Let's keep pushing. 4 cents down. Come on. Beautiful, nice bounce on the S&P. Come on, give us more. So Michigan 1-year inflation expectations is dumping the dollar, softening yields, which is why the markets are bouncing. Basically, the Michigan 1-year inflation expectations are 4.9% consensus, coming at 4.8%, lower. 5-year inflation expectation consensus was 3.9%, coming in at 3.5%, lower. Michigan consumer sentiment consensus 58.6, coming in at 58.2, lower. Let's see if SPY can muster up some strength here. Still weak. Next data set is at 11:30, which is your Atlanta Fed GDP numbers for Q3. But so far, you got pretty good data. PCE data this morning coming in line. Michigan 1 and 5-year inflation expectations coming in lower. Dixie right now softening quite tremendously. Markets could catch a bid here. Nat gas down 2. Crude oil down 0.49. QQQ almost down 1%. SPY down 0.5%. IWM down 0.7. Nvidia is your big lagger today. Meta also lagging quite substantially. Marvell trying to firm up off of the lows. Come on, S&P. Give us a little bit of a retrace here. Volume certainly heavier down here. So we get a nice monthly candle formation on the overall charts today, as well as a weekly candle. Still some pockets of strength in this market, guys. You still have RSP holding quite steady. RSP is still green despite the big divergence in tech and the market. It is coming in a little bit here, but RSP is still holding. There's still quite a bit of green tickers on my screen today. And again, if we don't hold this PDL low, guys, SPY is probably going to be going down to the low of this channel, or even this bearish target. I mean, that is just nasty, nasty little decline. Trying to break down here on SPY. Look at that sell-off in the Qs. That is a filthy, filthy decline. Oh my goodness, SPY is continuing to fall. Affirm starting to come in a little bit. QQQ busting through hourly chart support. They are ripping this market back down. Nasty decline on the S&P so far. QQQ is even worse, down over 1% now. They are just knifing this market. Cleaning house right now. AFRM, we're up about 4% on the short side of AFRM. It's the only reason I'm holding the SPY long is because I'm hedged with an Affirm short. That's really the only reason I'm holding through these puts. So Affirm coming in nicely. SPY, oh my goodness, SPY just getting wrecked here. Wrecked here. Affirm coming in sharply here. Come on, Affirm, print it. QQQ, no bounce yet in the Qs, knifing through hourly chart support. My oh my, look at this market tumble. Tumbling on a Friday. Nvidia, all mega caps are red, even Apple included. Apple's been your stronger horse. QQQ knifing through your 7 and 20 moving averages. We are almost at that bearish target. Wow. No bounce yet in the absolute market here. Just crazy, crazy downside price action coming from your mega cap tech. Nvidia now down 3.28% on the tape. Still no bid in the market. They are hammering this market down. QQQ, look at the Qs just absolutely free falling here. Knifing it through prior day low is never a good sentiment for the market. Qs are just absolutely free falling. Marvell seeing a little bit of top wicks. Palantir down 1.95%. AFRM still coming in sharply. S&P still coming in sharply. Look at that top wick distribution in AFRM. At least AFRM is hedging me here. Down on my SPY calls sharply, up nicely on my Affirm shorts. And again, I still think Affirm can probably go negative today. Look at that, breaking that low. Affirm is now dumping sharply, guys. That short trade is absolutely printing. If we could only get SPY to at least bounce a little bit. At this point, I would take, a small loss on SPY, but no bounce yet in the S&P 500. We have just free fallen to the downside. Potential topping tail forming on AFRM's chart. S&P 500 just absolutely blowing through key technical levels. Almost at that downside channel zone. AEO's gone negative. Okta down, Mongo slightly down, NIO down 1.92. Baba still up 10% on Alibaba. This name is just a monster right now. Still pushing higher highs as the market is falling here. UNH is still showing some strength. It's really your mega cap tech XLK that is seeing a free fall to the downside. Massive, massive decline in your mega cap techs today. Baidu up 3.48. Some of your consumer staples names and healthcare stocks are catching really decent bids. Affirm still under pressure. QQQ still under pressure. S&P down 0.75%. Qs are down 1.24. IWM getting hit pretty hard. New lows on the S&P 500 there. Whoa, new lows. Bitcoin now down 3.43%. Ethereum down 4.9%. Look at ETH. ETH is getting crushed, guys. Members, that is paying us on the short side of the swing trade portfolio. The day trade on the S&P is not working out nicely, though. That's my bad. But look at that breakdown on Ethereum. Ethereum looks like at minimum it wants that 50-day moving average Good to be short crypto when that is declining. Really, really good to be short crypto. So back to that AFRM trade. Still an epic free fall in the market today. Ethereum or Affirm still looking like a daily topping tail. Come on. SPY still super, super weak. Looking at Nvidia just continuing to get heavy here. Nvidia could be having a head and shoulders here on the chart. And I was discussing that earnings low. I mean, the chances of retesting the earnings low are very high statistical probability. And we're very close. 172 pierces that earnings low. Let's see if they want to bounce this market now. All right, guys, I'm going to trim 1/3 of my Affirm here. I'm going to trim 1/3 of my Affirm short here. Just up over 5%. All right, I covered 1/3 of my Affirm at 92.30. And I'm going to keep a break-even stop loss. So SPY still heavy. QQQ still friggin' heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Tesla down 1.75% and dripping. Apple down 0.2. Google still holding positive. Microsoft down 0.88. Nvidia wrecking the market down 3.15%, breaching its opening range low. SPY really coming close to that bearish support zone. Pretty crazy move on the S&P 500 here. Very, very crazy move. You violated key support levels on SPY. You're below that prior day low. Still above that 30-minute chart support. Qs are still falling here, guys. That NASDAQ is just heavy today. Heavy, heavy, heavy. SMCI down 5.57%. A lot more red starting to appear on the screen. RSP potentially taking a little bit of a fall today. BBAI down 3.6. Palantir down 2.17. Snapchat still green. Ethereum down over 5%. Massive decline on crypto land right now. Beautiful. Pay us. Again, Ethereum has triggered a head and shoulders here, guys. Calculating that downside move of ETH from the neckline suggests a near-term target that could play out today is around 41.83. So they are closing this market, or well, we're not closed yet, but they are certainly selling into the end of the month here like you cannot believe. Full force liquidation, exiting stage left. This market, nice potential tail candle still forming. Wow. S&P 500 down tremendously on the tape. Can it firm up here, or are we going to go lower? Trying to catch a minor bid, very minor bid. Affirm, Qs are still struggling here. Nvidia down 3, Microsoft down 0.92, Meta down 1.75, Tesla getting absolutely smoked today. 2-year yield gone negative, 10-year yield still holding steady. Dixie's falling sharply. Crude oil gone negative. Nat gas struggling today. Look at Tesla violating prior day low, doing another big liquidity sweep of that low of day. Again, my average on these SPY calls, I'm down sharply right now, about 50%, sitting at 79 cents. Luckily, we've taken some profits on a firm this morning. But SPY, again, I'm just honestly, if I can get a break even on SPY, I'd be happy, or even down 10, 15%. They just waterfalled this market. QQQ just getting absolutely demolished today. Free falling. Free falling to hourly chart support. Look at how you knife through so many key moving averages on the hourly chart. You're 20. Your EMA 113, you're 50. Now you're at your 200 hourly chart support. Just an absolute bloodbath on the Qs. Looking like they're trying to shape up a head and shoulders here. They're trying to rope in a lot more longer term shorts. Market's still in a very strong uptrend on the larger time frame, but definitely a nasty, nasty decline today. All right, what else we got shaking in the market still? BABA still up 10%. Baidu up 3. Copper stocks hanging in there. Some transport stocks are doing okay. Healthcare stocks still hanging in there. SPY still dumping here. Tempted to add. I mean, I'm only 6 calls deep in the SPY trade. Just to work my average, I'm tempted to add here. All right, guys, I'm going to do a high risk add here. I just added at 30 cents to my SPY calls, 30 cents. Just trying to work my average here. These SPY calls is 58 cents now. 58 cents. I'm just trying to see if I can work it for even a break even at this point. A firm trying to catch a bid. Nvidia trying to catch a minor bid. Still weak on the tape. QQQ still super, super heavy. Can they give us a big facelift here? We will see. Marvell's still actually holding off of that low. So Marvell's showing a little bit more relative strength off of the intraday lows here. Again, this market's been free falling. Marvell's kind of held its opening 10-minute low as opposed to the SPY's opening 10-minute candles here, and you've just free fallen. So a little bit of accumulation showing here in Marvell. Again, if this market bounces, Marvell should try to push here. And you could still use this 10-minute candle close as your low. All right, we're getting a small bounce. Come on, take me back to break even, guys, on these SPY calls, and I'd be happy. I would be net positive on the day trading session. Come on, market. How are those other stocks performing? Like Autodesk, yeah, that's coming in as well. Ticker Wolf, WOOF, that's starting to come in as well. Open's coming in a little bit. A lot of volatility there. How's Rigetti doing? Rigetti getting absolutely crushed here. Wow. Wow. Crazy. How's Snowflake doing today? Snowflake getting pummeled. MongoDB still surprisingly holding steady, but coming in a little bit here. Mongo's acting well. Nvidia still trying to hold steady a little bit. Catching a minor bounce here in Nvidia. Come on, Nvidia. Muster up some strength, man. It's amazing how this market can bounce so ferociously some days, and then other days you just get nothing. Let's look at that IWM trade. IWM still looking heavy. Bit of a failed breakout. US dollar still tumbling. Crude oil negative. Bitcoin still down 3.4, under 109,000. SPY still at the lows. My oh my. S&P 500. You don't want to bounce here? SPY's sitting on 30-minute chart support here. Pretty crazy. Now you have weakness creeping into the broad market. So you have that relative strength-based trade falling sharply. We'll see if some of that liquidity comes out of the broad market back into your tech stocks. Let's see if that happens. Qs are still trying to bounce here a little bit. Qs are bouncing a little bit here. Nice. Qs are trying to bounce. SPY trying to bounce a little bit. Contracts are trying to firm up here again, guys. My average at 58 cents on these SPY calls. Honestly, I'm looking at a break even, guys. I don't even care about making money on these SPY calls. If I get back to break even, I'll take my 10 contracts and reassess from a different standpoint. Come on. Mag names are trying to bounce a little bit. Affirm, we're still short Affirm, Nvidia. Dixie's falling off of a cliff, so that should at least help the market a little bit. Dixie coming in sharply. Crude oil has done a nice reversal. Natural gas, nice reversal to the downside. How's uranium doing? URA. Come on, we're about 18 cents away from these SPY calls going back to break even. I would not mind taking a break even after being down sharply. Just a matter of working the average. Again, 10 contracts at 58 cents. Nothing that's going to make or break me, but you know, it's a Friday. You want to end on a positive note. Affirm still looking a little bit weaker here. Probably going to catch a bid with the market. QQQ. Big bounce on the Qs here. Qs are trying to show some strength. Come on. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. BABA still up 10.6. Baidu up 3.6. UNH got faded but bouncing. Come on, SPY. Big bounce. Big bounce. Recapture that PDL. Come on, SPY. Give us a little bit more. Qs, you got more in you. You got more in you, market. You got more in you. Come on, QQQ. Keep going. We're retesting that first 236 fib level. We'll see if we can get a 50% retrace. Next zone for SPY 645.71. That's kind of around that pierce of that prior day low. Often you can get a strong 50% retrace, would take us back to about 646.35. But the question is, do they want to chop us and burn theta? Come on, give us a little bit more, S&P. Give us a little bit more. Ethereum still under 4,300, down 4.7% on the tape. Marvell seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Come on, S&P, you got more in you. Come on, a little bit more. Let's see if Qs can recapture this EMA. Wow, Alibaba's still absolutely pounding to the upside. What do you think about an NP short? Let's look at NP. Is this the right ticker? NP? I don't know what to do with this name. I don't even know what the hell that's doing. Maybe I'm on the wrong ticker. You sure that's the right chart? MP, what's the name of the company? I don't know what company we're looking at there. Qs are still down 1.1%. S&P 500 down 0.69%. Google's green on the session. Microsoft down 0.8%. Meta still down 1.49%. Tesla now underperforming, down 2.12%. Nvidia still down 2.81%. Again, the concern around Nvidia, are we hitting a plateau in revenue? With revenue now only growing by single digit growth, is that potentially showing a bit of a top in the world's largest company? Just about a 6% revenue growth compared to last quarter versus the two previous quarters were growing at a clip of 12% quarter-over-quarter revenue growth. That is a bit of a concern, going from double digit to single digit growth, and one has to expect it's hard to keep growing a 4 trillion plus market cap at double digit growth. Palantir still getting smoked, down 1.45% on PLTR. Apple's going green, a little bit more strength trying to creep into this market. SPY looking like it's coming back down for another wave of selling. My oh my. They're not making it easy. Yeah, dang, I'm not too sure what NP is. AFRM still seeing a little bit of distribution here. SPY still coming in. Excuse me. Oh, these SPY calls are dreading me now. Come on, SPY. What are you doing here? Look at that S&P 500. Nasty sell side pressure. Even though Apple tried firming up there, Google just took a nasty sell there, going negative. So now Google's trying to participate in the downside. Big top wick on Google, which is hitting that S&P 500. Nasty sell. Wow, SPY going. Let's look at Nvidia. Apple. Apple's still trying to hold steady here. So if Apple starts to lose momentum here, that's going to be additional pain for this market. But trying to hold steady. QQQ, top wick distribution there. Still trying to hold. Wow, BTC almost trying to lose that 108 level. Take a look at Bitcoin just getting absolutely slaughtered here, guys. BTC triggering what? Nasty bearish formations. Bitcoin shorts and Ethereum shorts are absolutely paying us on the swing trade side. Look at that total crypto market cap, guys, right on that neckline, as if it's about to trigger a beautiful head and shoulders pattern. Ethereum near the lows, almost down 4.93%, triggering a bit of a bearish formation on the ETH chart. That is looking nasty. Let's look at some of these other names. TTD coming in. Snowflake still coming in nicely, down 2.62%. Mongo, come on Mongo, fall down. Firm curling to the downside. Let's look at some of these other names. Dell just getting smoked still, down at the lows. Look at Dell, head and shoulders, triggering, hitting that EMA 113. That is actually a typical good spot to potentially enter here. Google trying to go back to the green side, showing some strength there. Marvell curling back down. Let's look at that Russell 2000. still getting hit. Russell's at the lows, guys. So maybe we're going to see some small cap liquidity come back into the S&P 500 safer stocks. Look at that move down. UVXY, nice bid on UVXY today. Look at that. Typically, there's a high statistical probability on a Friday they crush the VIX. Today, it's up 3.34%. We're still holding some longs on the UVXY. Nicely positioned there. Affirm starting to come down. Whoa, look at our Baba, man. Baba is just ripping, guys. What an absolute beast on Alibaba. That is a clinical weekly chart candle. Look at that hammer candle on the weekly. Things are just absolutely ripping here in China land. What a monster on Baba. Huge volume candle breakout, piercing that daily volume. POC. Our Baba 160 calls are ripping, guys. Ripping. And we still have so many months on that trade. A little bit of a bounce here on SPY. Google, Apple back to the green side. Netflix right now. Dang saying people selling the big guys come back from the Hamptons next week. My take. Yeah, you do have back to school, right? Hamptons, vacation, summer vacation is over. We'll see. Typically, businesses start cutting here into the last quarter. Trimming the fat in businesses. That's typically where recessionary trends start to take hold as labor market data starts to weaken. So we'll have to watch labor market data closely right now. But remember, stocks still like that cheap liquidity, but it's all a matter of bond differentials and how quickly spreads start to blow out between the long and the short end of the curve. All right, Baba still a monster. Wow. That's probably going to be one of my bigger callouts of the year. We were early on Baba down here in July, made some special videos for members, posted it, went through a lot of different fundamental metrics about revenue, free cash flow growth, profit growth, PE ratios. Baba is significantly undervalued and you're seeing institutions now pouring into it. Affirm still coming in a little bit. Come on, Affirm. I would love to see AFRM give up this entire move. S&P 500 still seeing some distribution. Let's look at that Russell 2000. IWM trying to stabilize just a little bit. QQQ trying to stabilize just a little bit. Tesla trying to bounce here. Apple, Google back to the green side. Let's scroll through my master list. Ethereum still down 4%. Caterpillar down 4.1%. It's very rare to see Caterpillar just getting absolutely dumped like this. Nasty decline on CAT. Come on, just take our calls back to break even. Wow. What else we got going on here? Enphase is green. Affirm sub 16. Newmont up 1. AI down another 2.43%. AI. There's got to be a long trade coming up here on AI. I'd love to see it sweep those lows. Still seeing First Solar acting well. Celsius still green on the tape. Cell H potential daily hanging man candle, but Celsius having positive fundamental news on the back of Pepsi potentially increasing their stake. Look at the free fall in the US dollar right now. Just getting absolutely pummeled to the downside. We will see if that helps this market at all. So here you have China stocks ripping, the dollar falling. It is a beautiful, beautiful recipe for success on our Baba trade. MP, okay, I see what you're talking about. Look at SPY starting to rip, guys. Come on. I'm only down 16 cents right now on my SPY calls. Come on. Yeah, MP is definitely looking distributive here, but it looks like it's maybe going to test the highs one more time. You're above, I would say if you lose your key 7 and 20 moving average here, then it's a short. But right now you're getting another bullish crossover setup on the 7 and 20, which does have a little bit more upside momentum. All right, so S&P is starting to try to firm up here as Affirm is continuing to get weaker here. I like that setup. Come on, SPY. Push, 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 SPY. Push up here. Nvidia is still hanging on to that opening range low. Come on, SPY. Get a big push. Big push. SMCI still down 4.8%. SMR down 4. Ripple down 4%. Come on, S&P. Push your big fat ass up there. What else we got going on? NIO still down 2. Rivian down 1.3. IQ up 6.7. Valero slightly down. Come on, Affirm. Keep dumping. Jets ETF slightly down. Snapchat still performing well. That's up 1.13%. Interestingly enough, Snapchat's a bit of an inverse stock. Going for a high of day breakout on Snapchat. Snapchat trying to end the week and month strong here, up 1.2. Diverging here, breaking out of a bit of a falling wedge pattern on Snapchat. I like it. I like it a lot. Let's go Snap. Pump it to the high side. Pump Snapchat to the high side. QQQ still heavy. Intel coming in a little bit. INTC still weak on the session. Walmart's green. Regional banks have gone green. Intel trying to firm up off of the lows. Silver still doing well. Unity Software down. Abercrombie and Fitch down 3. Steel stock still showing some strength today. VIX is nicely elevated. Uber down 3.28% on Uber. Uber's another name that's had a lot of momentum to the upside. It's probably getting into a nice support level. Yeah, piercing that 20-day moving average, tagging that 50. Looking interesting on Uber. Humana green, Monster green. Still a lot of stocks that are green, but China is your standout. Hershey seeing some volume. So maybe Hershey's going to be putting in a cycle bottom here as we progress into the spooky season. So what is coming up? Halloween. What is typically beneficial for Hershey? Halloween sales. Lots of chocolate and candy. Trick or treat. Trick or treat. Hershey potentially putting in a low here, guys. You better keep that on watch because it does have daily chart and a little bit more weekly chart momentum starting to firm up here. I have traded Hershey a number of times here. We've netted huge gains, but Hershey's looking good from a technical long standpoint. That is your free fundamental play. It's got technical backdrop positive. Fundamental backdrop as we head into Halloween is very, very positive. Interestingly enough, RKT showing some strength today. Very, very cool, RKT. Very, very cool. Affirm coming in hard. Still up 15%, but looking for new lows on the session. S&P 500 still trying to push up here. Rocket Labs down. Kava down. ASTS down. Rigetti gone negative. Adobe hanging in there. ADBE slightly green in a weak tape. SE slightly green in a weak tape. NIO, China ADR under pressure despite China stocks are strong. PDD trying to make a bullish reversal off of the lows. Let's look at Chegg. Chegg, daily chart bullish momentum to the upside. IQ, what is IQ doing here? IQ, wow, what a blast off into space. Oh my goodness, let's look at XPEV. Look at that free fall in XPEV, guys. Wow, good job taking profits on XPEV there. Come on, SPY, push up here, get another push. Still down 18 cents on my SPY calls, but up on Affirm, we've taken profits. PLTR catching another little bid, so PLTR making a move off of the lows. Pretty impressive price action there on PLTR. PayPal green on the tape in a weak market. Very, very impressive move there for PYPL. Snapchat still pushing here, guys. Look at Snap trying to go here, pushing near the highs. Can it tag the 20-day moving average today? Who would have thought Snapchat is an inverse stock of the market today? UNH still acting well, consolidating a tight range. This is coiling in a very tight range. It's going to make a big move one way or another. CNC still acting quite well. Trying to flag sideways. CNC looking like a bull flag potential breakout to the upside is coming into fruition. All right, what else do we have going on here? Yeah, MP is rare earth materials. I know. I have traded MP quite a number of times. We ended up shorting it here. Just briefly for a day trade off that earnings high pop. That was a nice little market setup, but it does look like it's going to make another push higher. It's still got daily chart and weekly chart momentum, so just be careful with that name. Snapchat still pushing. Marvell still down 16. HIMS. How's Oscar doing today? I've been wanting to accumulate Oscar, but still coming in. I still want Oscar lower, but I'm watching that. I am watching Oscar. Bitcoin still down 3.5%. S&P 500 trying to firm up here. Come on. Look at our AFRM short. That is still printing. Should have just stuck with that trade and screwed the S&P 500, but AFRM still printing here. Come on, break that opening range on AFRM. I'm going to take an aggressive position with a tight stop loss. I am going to take a position in Marvell, $65 calls, keeping a tight stop loss. Guys, I'm long MRVL, $65 calls at 53 cents. Long MRVL, $65 calls at 53 cents. Tight stop loss. My stop loss on this trade is going to be a bit of a 5-minute candle close below this low. Come on, Marvell. Let's see if we can catch a bit of a bid. Let's see if we can catch a bit of a bid. Still short of firm. A firm coming in nicely. Pushing up almost 6% on AFRM. Still looking to take these SPY calls a bit green. More selling hitting Marvell and the market. Come on, Affirm going for lows of the session. S&P getting some top wicks. Yeah, everything is a 0DT today. Yeah, Marvell is a 0DT. Marvell is a 0DT. Wow, there's even a better entry than I am here. Look at AFRM, guys. AFRM is still falling to the downside. Beautiful price action. That short is working out quite nicely. We could be into that gap window, so keep that window open, but we are pushing AFRM to the downside. Slam that short. That is a moneymaker today. Beautiful moneymaker. Marvell trying to firm up. Come on. Still holding these SPY calls as well, but down on that position. Qs are still under a little bit of pressure. Alibaba still up 11.77%. Baidu still up 4.74%. UNH up half. Ethereum getting smoked down 4.3. Excellent for our crypto shorts. Bitcoin under pressure. Nvidia curling down now. You're still seeing this market coming under immense pressure, guys. Immense pressure for this market. Hold steady. Affirm testing 91. It's breaking that opening range low on AFRM, guys. Breaking that opening range low. Come on, knife Affirm to the downside here. Keep knifing it. Keep knifing it. Marvell's still trying to hold steady, but Qs are seeing some sell side pressure. S&P still seeing some selling here, down 0.66%, getting rejected off of some short-term 10-minute chart moving averages. Come on Marvell. Marvell trying to make a peekaboo move to the upside. Affirm looking super weak here. Affirm breaks this low a day, you could have a nice waterfall down. Nvidia selling off here. Tesla down 2. Google, Apple still green. Amazon down 1. QQQ down 1.1%. S&P getting absolutely bludgeoned again. They are taking us downtown. Look at the selling in SPY yet again, ripping that long liquidity. Affirm free falling. Marvell's starting to come in just a little bit as well. Still holding above that 5-minute close. But it's looking nasty here. That was a bearish engulfing candle on the 5-minute. You'll believe they'll push the markets later up today. We'll see. Affirm just made new lows, guys. Beautiful. Let's press that short into the ground. Beautiful. Affirm getting absolutely bludgeoned. Marvell coming in, but trying to hold that little bit of a 5-minute reversal. S&P still just struggling here. QQQ heavy again on the hourly chart. Retesting a little bit of that tail candle. You made a 20-minute bullish engulfing reversal on the Qs. Doing a retrace now. Marvell's still weak. Nvidia still looking to potentially sweep the lows. Natural gas down 1%. Crude oil slightly negative. Uh-oh, Marvell looking a little bit weaker here, guys. Marvell looking a little bit weaker. Qs are trying to hold steady. S&P trying to build a little bit of a higher low potential. Also a potential bear flag formation starting on the S&P 500. Nvidia getting heavy. Nvidia going through more distribution. Down now on the session 3.23% and looking like it's heading to the lows of the tape. Yikes. Nvidia coming in sharply. Apple, Google still green. Meta down 1.5. Tesla down 1.98%, but off of the lows. Affirm going for new lows. AFRM is dripping here to the downside, guys. Those shorts are at least paying us nicely. Beautiful price action on AFRM. Look at that beautiful daily topping tail. It is getting heavy. Already trading 20 million shares on AFRM. That is some filthy liquidity. 20 million shares times $90 price. It's over 180 mil right there. Wow. Look at Affirm printing to the downside. Marvell right now is on a knife edge from stopping me out. It is on a knife edge. S&P 500 looks heavy here. Uh-oh. What is going to happen here with Marvell? It's being dragged down with the QQQ and S&P 500. Imagine they take this Affirm short negative. That would be a whopping almost 18% gain for us. That would insulate me from any sort of a loss on these SPY calls. Marvell, my fate will be decided in about 1 minute and 50 seconds for MRVL, guys. MRVL is looking to pierce that stop loss zone. Coming in. It is starting to come in through that zone. 1 minute and 38 seconds left. And I'll likely have to stop out if we get that close. SPY is still super weak. Looking like it wants to sweep those lows. Nvidia going to the downside still. Yikes. QQQ still heavy. Wow, Qs are just absolutely knifing still. Let's look at RSP. So RSP was strong in the morning tape, and look at that full-on reversal. This is starting to become a broad market-based sell-side day. IWM down to the lows. IWM is still outperforming the major indices. Marvell, 50 seconds left. Yeah, Marvell's still trying to test lower. It's weak with the market. I tried it. I tried bottom fishing here. Affirm new lows there. S&P 500 new lows on the session. That is your first positive divergence intraday on the S&P 500. Wow, look at Marvell trying to save itself. Come on. I'm still going to hold this here. Let's see if it can save it. I'm still holding this Marvell. I haven't stopped out yet. Trying to save it a little bit. SPY still super duper heavy here. QQQ hasn't taken out the lows, so SPY now showing some relative weakness, busting through the lows. But the Qs are still holding just slightly off of the lows. So look at that. QQQ now coming in a little bit more. Wow. Complete sheer bloodbath in the markets. Retesting those near-term lows on the Qs, guys. Excuse me. SPY dripping to the lows. QQQ sweeping that reversal 10-minute candle. Yikes. Free falling. Free falling. Affirm still at the lows. I'm still in Marvell. I'm going to see if we can give it a little bit longer here. A little bit longer. S&P retesting that previous little channel from yesterday. Let's see if we can get a bounce here. Qs are trying to bounce just a little bit. Snapchat's still acting well. Look at Marvell, just a weak name today. Testing $64. Yikes. Affirm still dripping lower here. SPY still super heavy here. Qs are still just testing those lows. Affirm just made a new low there, guys. AFRM still falling to the downside. Come on, Marvell. Hang on to the $64 level. Super weak, though. It's very, very weak. Affirm is just absolutely falling sharply here, guys. Look at that. Nasty price action. That is filthy. That is absolutely filthy. S&P is still absolutely falling off the face of the earth. NIO down almost 3% on the tape. Affirm is falling here. Affirm is falling. Marvell testing 6402, 6401. Yikes, they're piercing the $64 level on MRVL. Damn. They're absolutely crushing Marvell today, down 17% on the tape. Snapchat's still green. BABA getting slightly faded off the highs, but still up 11.69%. NVIDIA absolutely falling off of a cliff here. Look at NVIDIA. New lows on the tape. That is just filthy. They are just crushing this market today. S&P 500 now down 0.85. Qs are down 0.37. Russell down 0.75. Damn. Absolutely knifing. Affirm new lows. Nvidia still at the lows. Marvell still falling to the downside here. No bid in this name. Absolutely disgusting price action on MRVL. Looking to sweep the lows. That is nasty. Looking at AFRM. AFRM is near the lows of its tape into that massive gap window. Let's look at ADSK. ADSK coming in. Looks like a lowercase h pattern. Hood right now. Hood's starting to come in a little bit. Roblox under some pressure but trying to bounce off of the lows. Snapchat is still a stock that is green on the tape. Sarfers is saying 642.75 incoming on SPY. Yeah, that's that bearish TP that I had coming into that. We're very close to it. AFRM still coming in a little bit, trying to bounce here. Very still knifing, guys. We're almost up double digits on our firm short. At least that is paying me today. Look at that decline. Beautiful. Beautiful decline on a firm. QQQ trying to hold a bit of a double bottom. SPY trying to also hold here. Palantir down 1.16%. Big bounce on the S&P 500. Qs are trying to show us a little bit of strength. Nvidia's forming a little bit of a tail candle here. Tesla, despite the S&P, Tesla's still holding off of its lows here. So Tesla never made a new low yet. Apple's still green on the tape. Still trying to hold some structure. Google, that name is still coming in a little bit. SMCI super weak on the session. Let's look at Broadcom, AVGO. So Broadcom knifing through a lot of different support levels intraday, even losing that 7-day moving average for the time being. Let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft down. Trying to form a potential bullish pattern here on MSFT hourly chart. Maybe the formation of a right shoulder. We'll have to watch that closely. Crude oil, nat gas is trying to make a little bit of a bullish recovery here. So keep your eye on nat gas equities because natural gas bouncing sharply off of the lows. Really big bullish, potential engulfing candle occurring on the hourly chart. Not going to engulf it. There's still a little bit of time left. But nat gas equity stocks are still holding up quite well today. AR still holding decently. OKE still holding near the highs, trying to hold this breakout zone. Let's look at RRC. RRC still positive on the tape, guys. EQT under a little bit of pressure, but not bad. But yeah, most of the nat gas stocks are still holding positive price action. CTRA, Coterra Energy, still holding some positive price action. Interesting. Looks like it's probably going to break out to new highs of the session. Looking at XLE. XLE, still one of your stronger, brighter sectors. of the market. Still positive on the session. If we look at some of our sector performance today, let's go to so regional banks green, materials green, energy green, financials green, staples green, real estate green, and healthcare green. Weakness in XOI, consumer discretionary, weakness in XLK, tech heavy, weakness in industrials, and weakness in communication. Retail, Dow Jones, and industrials are weak on the tape. But you still have some pockets of strength in this market. Marvell still trying to hold a little bit here off of its lows, but getting some top wick distribution. S&P 500 still super weak on the tape. Nvidia is still looking exceptionally heavy here. I mean, it's quite crazy how heavy Nvidia is looking. Nvidia is almost into that earnings low test, down 3.61%. It's clear and evident that investors are not liking that single digit quarter-over-quarter revenue growth. That is a bit of a problem right now. Marvell trying to firm up. Snapchat still green. GDX still trying to push. China stocks still hanging on to the majority of their gains. Nvidia trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Come on, can Marvell hold a little bit of a higher low? Still super weak. Going through distribution. Let's see what some of our bigger. Open has had an absolute fade. Looking at Open, Open was up double digits on the session. Look at that full round trip on Open. That is filthy. Probably catches a bid here. But what a disgusting reversal in Open. Intel still down 2%. Nvidia catching a nice liquidity bid here. SPY trying to firm up. Come on, Marvell. Marvell trying to firm up. Affirm still up 13. SoFi down 2.6. SoundHound down 1.84. Where did Sound hit on the low today? Let's just take a peek. Almost at $12 levels. I think someone was looking at SoundHound at 12, but still patiently waiting for Sound to go a little bit lower. Wow. DUO? What is that name? That's pushing. Nvidia catching a nice little bid. Marvell trying to firm up off of the lows. SPY still hanging in there. What else we got going on? Baba Lucid is down a few percent on the tape. That's looking like a bit of a bearish lowercase h pattern playing out. IREN coming in from the highs just a little bit. What is this SMX? SMX still up nicely. Nothing to do there. SPY trying to catch a bid. Marvell still under immense pressure. So Marvell has filled two massive daily chart gap fills, gapped over them. Very big sell-off. S&P trying to firm up just a little bit more now. Solar stocks, surprising the sell-off in solar stocks are trying to hold steady here. Let's look at Run. Run's still trying to hang on for dear life. Rigetti, full round trip to the basement. Tesla still looks like it wants to take out the lows. AFRM still coming under pressure here. They really are selling this AFRM. ONDS, still one of the strongest stocks in the market. Finally starting to show some distribution signals today. Only down 1.14%, but ONDS, guys, could be a big moneymaker to the downside. I think they're going to dump this one late in the session. I feel like even if the market bounces, they're going to absolutely just take this stock lower. I think next week we're setting up for a 20 to 30% decline in this name. Just with how extended it is, I think it's probably going to retest the $1 billion market cap level. But what a run ONDS has had. Massive levels. I could see it easily coming back to 488 and then eventually 373. But this stock has a tendency, I mean, you look at this full round trip, you had a huge monumental move, and then you had about a 70% decline. Then you had about a 600% rally, and you're probably going to go through another 50 to 70% decline in this name. But an absolute monster. It's been crazy how strong that name is. All right, Marvell, sorry, trying to firm up here. Still holding my calls, never got stopped out. Should have abided by it, but looking for this market to still bounce somewhat here. Nvidia's still weak on the tape. Come on, MRVL. Push a little bit. Push a little bit. All right, gold's still strong. 10-year yield still green. VIX still green. IWM still outperforming. Apple's green. Lily's green. Rams in 643. SPY calls. Nice. S&P 500 still seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Marvell tried making a bit of a bounce here. Still seeing some sell side pressure. Let's look at this QQQ market. Qs are still trying to firm up just a little bit here. Seems like the slowing is at least starting to abate. That IWM. IWM's catching a little bit of a reversal here. Autodesk still up nicely on the session. Amber Semiconductor AMBA still acting very, very well right now. Coming in from the highs, but still up nicely on the tape. Micron down a couple percent. TSN down 2.7. SMH down 2.81. Intel AMD down here still. So AMD still showing some distribution signs. I might be interested in taking a position on AMD. And again, I think what's going to happen here, guys, you're seeing a lot of liquidity coming out of Nvidia. So, what was Nvidia before this? It was about a 4.4 trillion market cap. Minus, what are we down right now? 3.3%. So that's about a $146 billion coming out of Nvidia today. And that's going to flow into other areas of the market. So you think about how much money, that 146 billion, that's a lot of liquidity that could flow into this market out of Nvidia. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, is more capital rotation trends. I love the fact that Nvidia is selling off today, because that's going to open up a lot of opportunities over the next, say, 2 to 3 months as that liquidity finds new homes in the market. So I think the prudent thing to do today is to scroll through the list, see what stocks are green in tech, and probably look to start accumulating some positions. But AMD trying to hold the double bottom. I'm actually going to look through that XLK sector. Let's look at the XLK ETF. What do we got going on in XLK? So in XLK, you got Apple green, you got MasterCard green, you got Adobe green, you got ACN green, PayPal's green, Autodesk green, MCHP green, CTSH green, PayX green, FIS green, CDW green, MSI green, PayC green, Enphase First Solar green, IT green, TYL green, Visas green, JKHY green. Interesting. So you have quite a few stocks in the XLK basket showing some strength today. S&P 500 is bouncing nicely. Nice job, Ram. Took 643 calls. Good stuff, man. XLK trying to bounce here just a little bit. I'll look at some of these other names like Visa. See what Visa is doing today. Visa breaking out to the highs of the session. Very strong momentum chart. That chart's actually looking very good for a swing trade long. Probably goes to its gap fill over the next couple months. Visa's looking very good. So that could be a place where NVIDIA liquidity comes into. Let's look at JKHY. S&P 500 still trying to push up just a little bit here. Marvell trying to push up. That name's been severely depressed. TYL. That's trying to firm up. Interesting. HP. Let's look at HP real quick. Wow, look at HP, guys. Huge breakout there for HP. Crazy move. Crazy, crazy move. How is Duolingo doing? Wow, Duolingo getting absolutely slaughtered here. Wow, I like that. I like that a lot. Guys, Duolingo looks like it could be ready for a potential swing trade long. Coming up into monthly chart support. S&P 500 still going through a bit of distribution. Duolingo down another 7% today, sweeping that low pivot liquidity. Filled your gap. Could be ready for a long here, guys. Big push on the S&P 500 here. Decent sized push. Interesting. Looks very good, Duolingo. Very good. A firm still coming in. Marvell's trying to firm up just a touch here. SPY still trying to also firm up. A firm coming in. Let's look at on semiconductor today. ON. ON usually catches pretty big bids once the market settles down. Still looks a little bit bearish here. A little bit of a failed breakout. I'll wait on that name. Let's look at Lam Research. LRCX. LRCX. A firm is still dripping lower. LRCX back testing some key support levels. Broadcom down sharply today. Wow. Let's look at ACN. ACN trying to catch a little bit of momentum here. ServiceNow. Oracle getting slapped today. Nasty breakdown on Oracle. Cloud certainly breaking down. Marvell trying to push for that $65 level. S&P 500 still just consolidating. Ram saying market makers will give one more big dump on SPY and soon they'll run up later. Let's see what else. How's Intuit doing? Intuit's pretty depressed here. MasterCard's doing pretty well today. Very strong daily chart. Looking pretty good. Qualcomm, despising the weakness, is actually holding pretty steady. This is almost trading relative strength with Apple. QCOM acting quite well today. 10-year yield is actually pushing up here, guys. So US 10-year yield could pose a little bit of a problem for the equity markets. It's near the highs of the tape. So that's pushing up. Not a good sign for small caps in the market. Small caps are still outperforming, but SPY's kind of narrowing that divergence, but not a good sign. 10-year yield starting to blow out that spread again. Wow, we're getting some interesting signals from that bond market, guys. Look at that 10 and 2-year spread, almost going to the high of this breakout. That's a bit of a problem. That is a bit of a problem. Yeah, Broadcom getting crushed today. How's Cisco doing? Cisco near the lows, still under a lot of pressure. Boom, 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 boom. AMAT. I'm just looking through the XLK basket because I do think that some of that capital, a lot of tech investors can't, even when they exit and sell, say out of Nvidia, like we're seeing about 140 to 150 billion coming out of Nvidia today, just Nvidia alone, a lot of that tech capital has to stay long the market. So we're likely going to see trend rotation continue over the next couple months, especially as Nvidia is now posting single-digit rev growth. DXC. So healthcare stocks are doing well today. You're certainly seeing a little bit of rotation into those names. MRK, but the whole market's weak, getting faded from the highs. BRTX. wanting to take a position in that name. CZR, firm still weak. Marvell trying to firm up off of the lows. We're still trying to push for 65 bucks, guys. SPY coming in though, so that's a bit of a problem. That is a bit of a problem for the S&P. So we're either going to get a nice dump to new lows to this bearish TP, or SPY is creating a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. We'll see which way it wants to break. The trend is still down, still putting in lower highs, lower lows. So we're still in a very bearish downtrend. On the session today, Nvidia is still super weak, down 3.2. Apple, Google have been teetering around positive price action. You do have financials showing some strength in the overall market today. Still trying to push up a little bit here. At least our calls are starting to wake up here, guys, on MRVL. Nice potential bottom starting to form, potentially a higher low. Let's see if we can get a higher high. Come on, Marvell, get to that opening range high. S&P hasn't really moved at all, which is sort of interesting. So yesterday I sent out an options alert to members in the options group for this ticker, HUYA, and look at that epic breakout. Look at this bullish chart on HUYA, guys. Inverse head and shoulders, bull flag pattern. What a stunning move. What an absolute stunning move. Those call options for end of year have already exploded higher based off of that move. What an epic breakout though. Stunning price action. That is amazing. And again, that is a member alert yesterday. Sent out a call option alert. And that is an end of year play. A January 2026 play. That's got a lot of momentum, this name. China equities, support of the dollar, nice bull flag breakout. You had this convergence of all of the key moving averages. Epic. Epic, epic, man. Tell you, that thing is clinical. Clinical price action. And if this inverse head and shoulders plays out, guys, I mean, just to show you what type of a move we could get. You know, you could get a huge, huge move to the upside. You could get a move to about 550 based off of this momentum. Okay, guys, look at MRVL. Marvell absolutely ripping to the upside. Our call options are starting to print here. We've been patient with this name. It's firming up even though the market's not, so that's good to see. Come on, take us in the money. Break the high of day. The bigger daily chart level that I'm looking at on MRVL is we could potentially go back to... we could potentially go back to 66.30 today is my extension move back to the upside. So 66.30 guys on Marvell is where we could potentially head to. It's going to take a nice market bounce, but still short of firm. SPY is still trying to firm up a little bit here, guys. Bitcoin's still struggling below 109, down 3.5% on the tape. Ethereum still down 4%. There goes Marvell, guys. $65 calls. We just tapped briefly in the money there. Come on. Print it to the high side. SPY trying to break out here of this little mini inverse head and shoulders. Come on. Pay us, Marvell. Pay us. NVIDIA trying to catch a big bid. Come on, Marvell. Squeeze it up. Squeeze it up. You're down sharply. It's had a nice 2% bounce. We could squeeze more. Another 2% move to the upside. Come on, S&P 500. Get your big butt up there. There we go. Marvell's starting to squeeze here. Come on. Pay us. Calls are starting to rip here, guys. We've been patient with this name. Never bite it by the stop. They swept us. Look at that squeezing of Marvell. Pump it. $65 calls are printing right now. Look at them squeeze Marvell. Up 20 cents a contract here. Come on. If you're wanting to trim a little, by all means, but I'm just going to let this baby float and ride. I want to see a high pivot liquidity sweep. I want that high of day to be breached. That's where I would look for my first trim. TP1 sweep. Come on, Marvell. Printing. Printing. Beautiful. Beautiful. Come on, Marvell. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Keep going. Keep squeezing. You're due. You are due for it. A little bit of sell side liquidity coming back in. SMCI trying to curl up. SPY still trying to break out. So I'm just going to manage Marvell with a break-even stop loss now. I don't want to let the trade go against me. But break-even stop loss on Marvell. That way we're not risking any of the capital in this trade. And we can be stress-free and let this baby ride. SPY still getting distributive here. Come on, up about 30%. I was up about almost 50% at the highs there, but SPY getting sold into here. Ah, Marvell, push it, push it. Volume's still coming in. Marvell's acting a little bit better off of the lows. Never ever took out the lows despite S&P and Qs busting through the lows. Come on, Marvell, keep pushing. Break through that opening range high. Oh, they're still selling, still holding short Affirm. We're up about 8% on that Affirm short. SPY calls are still dusted, but we could have a little bit of a late day surge if the S&P 500 can break out of here. S&P 500 is still in a intraday downtrend, but larger time frame is in a very strong uptrend. We will see if the bulls can muster up some strength and break out of this little inverse head and shoulders pattern. So far, they are really struggling to do so. Oh my goodness, they're dripping it down, dripping it down. Spread on Marvell is pretty wide right now, 7 cents on off of a 63 and 70 cent spread. It's pretty wide on those 65 calls, which kind of almost telling me that they want to take it higher. It's almost an 11% spread differential between the bid and the ask. That's pretty wide for Marvell. Could be an indication that they're going to pop it up a little bit more. 11% is a decent amount on the spread. We'll see if they want to punch it through. Come on, MRVL. Nvidia is still down 3%, but trying to firm up, recapturing some of the shorter term 10-minute chart moving averages. Google, Apple are green. Microsoft trying to firm up. S&P still struggling. Affirm curling to the downside. Guys, look at Snapchat, baby. Let's go, Snap. Snapchat is pumping to the high side. Perhaps this is where some of that Nvidia liquidity is going. Look at Snapchat ripping to the upside of 2.32% on the tape. Breaking out here. Starting to catch a little bit of momentum in a down tape. I do like to see that. Snapchat is acting quite well. Marvell coming through a little bit more distribution here. Don't be mean, Marvell. Don't be mean. Hold steady. Affirm looking like a 5-minute chart bear flag is about to play out on AFRM, guys. Look at how weak Affirm looks. Still up 12%. Still potentially a lot of sell side pressure could hit that name. What else we got going on here? What else we got going on? How's Baba doing? Baba still up 10, 11%, but fading from the highs just a little bit. SMCI trying to curl slightly to the upside. Maybe Marvell is trying to form a 1-minute chart inverse head and shoulders. Just maybe. Just maybe. It's still struggling off of that opening range high. Nvidia still coming in a little bit. Let's see Broadcom. That's another key indication of, are the semis going to firm up here? SOXX still struggling immensely, down 2.5%, but hanging on to the 20-day moving average on SOXX. So SOXX is technically speaking at daily chart support. Dixie trying to firm up. 10-year yield still at 0.7. VIX is still elevated. JP Morgan is green. Apple's green. And Google is green on the tape. Let's look at some of those higher volume names. IREN still pushing, open, still up slightly on the session. Snapchat has crept its way onto the high volume list, guys. Snapchat has crept its way onto the high volume list. Affirm still struggling. Marvell still trying to push a little bit here. Big punch through. Come on, Marvell. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Come on, get a close through that opening range high. If Marvell can break out of this little channel, we're looking at about a 2.5% squeeze potential to the upside. We'll see if that could happen. That would take us back to about 66 and change. That would take a SPY seeing more sell side pressure. All right, guys, I'm going to lock in a minor bit of profits here on Marvell. I'm taking a little bit of a trim just so I can say I made money on the trade and keeping a break-even stop loss. So just because the S&P is still weak, I took a little trim, not much, still the majority of the position. It's about a 25% trim of the position, actually about a 20% trim. I'm still holding, so I trimmed 2 contracts, holding another 8 contracts on Marvell with the break even in place, 53-cent average. Nvidia is still trying to firm up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oof, Marvell taking a dump here. Taking a dump. Uh-oh, I might get stopped out. Break even on Marvell. Still trying to fight here. Alright guys, I got stopped out at break even there on Marvell. Stop loss tagged, stop loss tagged. I'm just abiding by that. So I made a small amount there on MRVL. I will look to reassess that trade. Let's flip back to AFRM. AFRM is still dripping to the downside. Look at that 1-minute chart bear flag potential on Affirm. We'll see if it wants to play out. Looking like an $85 target on deck for Affirm. We are still printing on that short. That is a really, really good short setup. Marvell still trying to hold 5-minute chart support. Affirm trying to catch a bit of a bid. S&P still trying to firm up a little bit. Palantir still struggling. Snapchat still pressing. GDX still ripping. HUYA, new high of day, baby. Let's push it. Let's push it. Hoo-yah. China equities are seeing some strength today. BABA still acting quite well. Baidu, let's see what Baidu's doing. BIDU still acting quite well. NIO coming in, guys. Remember, I did issue a little bit of a free trade on NIO. That is starting to come in. S&P 500 still looking a little bit more constructive here. Come on down, NIO. So this is a bit of a weak spot for NEO because China equities are strong, but NEO is certainly coming under pressure. Come on down, NIO. All right, let's see what else we got going on in the tape. CNC still trying to hold steady. Oh, this is a name that's turned into a little bit of a longer position, but I'm still okay with it. I mean, I'm still holding common shares at that 36.95. Eventually, this name is going to catch a pretty big bid. Today, we are seeing copper stocks acting well. SCCO. Let's look at uranium again. Uranium seeing a reversal. How's Oklo doing? Yeah, Oklo is getting nasty. Dumped on today. Getting dumped on. Chipotle Mexican Grill down again on Chipotle. It's miraculous to see how oversold Chipotle is down here. But excellent longer term investment opportunity. Tuck it away for 5 years and you'll probably be up 200%. Kava still selling off. Let's look at TTD again. That's trying to firm up just a little bit. Nvidia is still going through distribution here. Let's see this IREN, potentially IREN. IREN still coming in hard here, guys. Like I said, this was probably a blow off top move in this equity. Looking likely that is the case. Looking very likely. S&P is still kind of dead money down here, not really making a move off of the lows. Open is trying to firm up just a touch here. That name's trying. Let's see what else we got going on. How's Palo Alto doing? Pan W. Not as bad as some of the other charts here. Daily chart trying to recapture and hold that 50-day. There goes the S&P falling to the downside. You know, Adobe's acting quite well. I know Bart was asking me about Adobe. A name that's showing a little bit of relative strength today in a weak tape. Lululemon getting absolutely crushed today again. Underperforming the market. If anyone wants a bit of a lotto put play, guys, just a 0 DTE trade today, I think ONDS 550 puts. Right now they're at about 30 cents on the ask. It's probably going to hit in the money. I'm actually going to take this, guys, as a little bit of a lotto put play. I'm going to look for the next little bounce, but 550 puts on ONDS expiry today look pretty good in my opinion. They do. All right, market is trying to bounce a little bit. Let's look at small caps here. So IWM trying to firm up off of the lows. You can see the QQQ. Let's flip to the hourly chart of the Qs. Qs have been putting in some accumulation tail candles here. So, but still getting some hourly chart lower closes. So this is your wide range red bar breakdown. Then you had another consecutive hourly candle close that made another wick lower low, and it made a lower low on the closing basis. So a lot of distribution hitting. And now again, you're forming another hourly candle, which currently is below the previous low. So you can see the clear trend in the market today is down. It's a very tough tape. Very tough tape right now. But we'll see if it can firm up. Let's look at the 30-minute chart of the Qs. So 30-minute chart, lower low, lower low, lower low. And then we got a higher low and a higher low close. So this next 30-minute candle formation should be important. The bulls want to see another higher close above this. What is that? 570. This is in the way. I hate this stupid little thing on TradingView. 570, 52-ish. That's what you want to see. You want to see a 30-minute close above that area. Let's look at the 20-minute chart. We're just going to go through some of the fractals of time here. So again, 20-minute lower low, higher low, lower low, then a higher low close, sorry, a higher high here. And now we're potentially getting another lower low close. So still a tough trend right now. Very tough. Let's look at the SPX daily chart. So again, almost a bit of a liquidity grab on the daily chart of the SPX. After you got a beautiful breakout yesterday, boom, knifing it down today, still holding above that 7-day moving average. Even if you sell off down to 6,400, the market is still in a strong uptrend, guys. But that is a little bit of a nasty fake out. We will see what happens. Is the market going to close on a weekly basis below the prior week? We will find out in a few hours. That's for sure. So MRVL, after it had a little bit of an initial pop, coming in yet again. So it was a good little break even. I do have another buy level on Marvell, but it's a little bit lower, to be honest. I would consider another 0 DTE trade on it, but it is lower. All right, what else we got shaking and moving here, guys? Humana doing wonderful things today. In a weak tape, Humana is starting to outperform. Sorry, that's the wrong chart ticker. I was like, that's not Humana, HUMA. Humana, 30-minute chart looking very bullish. Hourly chart, a little bit more consolidation. Daily chart, look at that beautiful bull flag momentum trade, Humana. I can't believe I missed this one. I love trading Humana, and I was watching it. I've missed this whole freaking trade. Man, I was watching it from the lows here. I love trading this name. I think one of the members used to work for Humana. Markets are selling off today, and MongoDB is just sitting there like a turd. Yeah, so I mean, this is a stock that, right? It's down right now 1.93%. But people are buying it because it had strong earnings. But it's still probably going to come in. I do think it is going to come in. What I like about this price action in Mongo today is that it actually made a new nominal high, and now it's coming in. So you're still super extended. You're probably going to get sold back into under that weekly 200 moving average. I still see this pivot. But yeah, I mean, what a breakout. But Mongo, I would buy Mongo on the long side if we retested this 266 EMA. That's probably where we're going to retest this 266. But for now, it's obviously strong. Big earnings gap up. People have to chase it. We'll see what happens there. We will see what happens. All right, let me just keep scrolling through my master S&P 500 list. What is shaking and moving? Monster holding steady on the back of a sympathy bid from Celsius today. So Monster still acting well, putting in a bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern. A little bit of a bottoming formation on Monster's chart. But I think it goes lower. I'm not looking to trade MNST, ACN. Yeah, that's still holding structure. That's looking pretty good. Some of your insurance stocks are looking a little bit better today. PGR, CI looking decent. How's SNPS doing? I do like trading SNPS. It's a nice quality company as well. Almost ready for a long. Oh, I want us to fill this downside gap. And that would be a nice little long trade. LYFT, let's look at Lyft. If there's any tickers you guys want me to take a quick peek at, let me know. And we can look at them together. LYFT, backtesting a nice little zone here on Lyft. Lyft did get a daily chart breakout, never confirmed it, looking like a potential liquidity grab and sweep. That's why rejection off that weekly 200 moving average. Still not a bad area, but I would look back for a retest around 1527-ish. 1527-ish looks decent. Keep scrolling through, find other setups here. This is a day where you try to find swing trade opportunities. How is Unity Software doing? Ticker U. Still acting well. Let's look at some of these oil and gas plays again. Look at that XOM daily chart. What a beast. What a beast. Let's see. K-Web green, CVS still green. Clorox is into a big longer term level. Silver still pumping. How's this AI yet? Let's look at Tempest AI, TEM. Yeah, TEM still holding some pretty decent bullish momentum here. Interesting. Yeah, Tempest still holding. Tesla getting pummeled here, guys. Beautiful. I love Tesla getting cheaper for us. Look at that fake liquidity grab, guys. That's why we took off our 340 calls for Tesla. We exited them. I think it was off of this candle here. We exited them. I can't remember. We made money on Tesla, and now we're looking to buy Tesla cheaper after it's going through a bit of a liquidity grab. Is there a day trade today on Tesla? Let's look at that, guys. There might be a day trade long. Looks like we're coming into this daily 20 moving average. There could be a day trade long on Tesla today. I'm just going to put that area there. What is that? 322.65 is that 20-day moving average. If we flush into that today, 332.64. We flush into that, I might consider a long level or a day trade scalp long, because that's a hard flush. I like that. Hourly chart piercing that moving average. Hourly chart still could go lower. 30-minute chart getting a little oversold, long in the tooth. 20-minute chart starting to put in a bit of a positive divergence. 10-minute chart needs a little bit more. Okay, we might have a day trade here on Tessie, guys. 332.65. That would be a sweep of that low. That would be a sweep of that low. That would be back testing this impulse candle. Let me see if there's anything else here. Just give me a second with this name. I want to look at it on my other screen here. All right, that moving average is coming up here. So 332.67 now. We've got to watch that daily chart of Tessie. Tesla's 200 moving average. Okay, that's a little bit lower though. Let me see this. But there's definitely, I think, a long scalp here on Tesla, guys. I think we can get a long bounce. Marvell, big bounce on Marvell. Let's try to firm up. All right, so Tesla, there's some support here at 335.10. It is a 50% Fibonacci retrace zone. Okay, interesting. Let me see if from that impulse candle. 333.34 is an interesting level. Okay, back testing that prior pivot. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. Where shall we take you on the long side? You're violating that point of control. You're hitting a value area low on Tesla, so there is some support. Yeah, silver's pumping. Silver is pumping. So there is some support here on Tessie. But the question is, let me look at the weekly chart formation. Okay, daily chart again. $333.38 looks intriguing on Tesla. $333.38. That's acting well. I'm just trying to isolate a little bit of a long level here for us, guys. 334.15 is a big area for Tesla. But I'm interested. I'm very intrigued about potentially trading Tesla on the long side. We got that daily chart 20 moving average. I wanted to come into that, but the question, it might bounce a little bit before that. Ooh, it's a tricky chart though. Very tricky. Very, very tricky. Guys, I do like that 332.63 daily chart 20 moving average. If Tesla flushes into that, we're taking a long trade. We are taking a long trade. So keep that daily chart 20 moving averages. That is a good level in my opinion. That is a really good level. I think we could get a nice chunk of change off of that long level for Tesla. So it's a fluctuating moving target. It's fluctuating by a few pennies here and there. But I like it. I like that level. I do like it. It should get there, guys. It should get there. So now I just got to figure out what I want to take. Let's see. Tesla call options. So if we get down to there, it'll be 332.60-ish. So 333s. Nope, they don't have 333s. They got 332.50 or 335. So a $2.50 move in range. So if we flush there, $2.50 bounce to 335 would be about a 0.73% bid. Let's see what those are. 335s. Right now they're at about just over $2, 230-ish. So they'll probably be under $2 by the time we get there. So an aggressive trade could be 335 calls. A little bit more conservative, but they're double the price, 332.50s. So you'd be buying slightly in the money. I might just take in the money call options on Tesla when we flush into this level. So I'll probably look at, I'm going to decide when we get there, but I'm looking at 332.50s to 335 calls on Tesla if we flush into this level. And I think we should get there. It's looking likely that we should get there, guys. Wow, look at OKTA. We're seeing some clear distribution. Look at OKTA. What a ripper. Up 2.79%. I don't know if there's news on OKTA, but that thing is pumping. Holy, let me just check here to see what the heck is going on. My oh my. I don't know if there's news, guys. Anyone see any news on Okta? Let me know. Georgiana posting a photo of something. Asana. Yeah, Asana's looking like it's trying to break out as well. But look at OKTA. Beastin' to the upside. Beautiful. Look at Okta squeezing. Squeeze it, baby. So Okta's ripping here, guys. Ripping to the upside. I don't really see if there's any news. Georgiana's saying Asana. CEO kept buying the stock for the past 2 years. But look at that Okta move, guys. Up 3% out of nowhere. Nothing's hitting my news feed yet. But that looks like a news candle or a clear capital rotation out of NVIDIA into OKTA. I mean, it won't take much of that liquidity. Okta's current market cap, what are we sitting at? 16.7 billion. So right now you have about 150 billion coming out of NVIDIA, and it doesn't take much liquidity to flow into another semiconductor name. This is kind of the moves that I'm expecting is as tech liquidity comes out of the market, it's that XLK basket, it's going to find other homes in the market. But look at that move in OKTA. What a beautiful thing to see, that's for sure. That is a filthy move. That is crazy, guys. Affirm still dripping lower. What a beast there on Okta, guys. What a beast. What an absolute monster. Nvidia going right back down to the lows. Cabin saying BBBY trading again. Bed Bath Beyond, really? Is it? BBBY? What's it under now? Is it trading again? I'm not really getting any movement here. 929 on deck. Looks somewhat interesting. Still no news on Okta, but it looked like a pump there. Alright, what else we got going on in the tape, guys? VFC still trying to push to the highs. Let's look at Nike. Retail stocks did get good earnings reactions in prints, but they're getting slightly faded right now. Nike still looks kind of intriguing in my opinion. Alright, what else we got going on? Oh yeah, I did get an alert on this LAZR today. It's been severely beaten down and depressed, but this is a bit of a options played via common shares. It could catch a bit of a liquidity bounce down here. Severely depressed. It's a dog shit company, but could catch a bit of just a dead cat bounce here with the market. Very depressed down here. Let me just look at the volume trends just real quick. But also a very cheap equity. It doesn't take much to bounce this name. You could be up 30-40%. Yeah, it's been selling off on somewhat declining volume. Volume yesterday was big, but today it's somewhat depressed. Keep that one on watch. Let's look at some of these 3D printer plays. So PCT coming in a little bit. Let's look at DDD. So 3D printing stocks did catch some momentum getting sold into now on a lot of these names. Snapchat's still pumping here, guys. Look at SNAP at the highs of the session. Print, baby, print. Let's fly it, Snapchat. Push it. Push it. Push Snapchat. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm very bullish Snapchat into 2026. Very bullish. I do hold a position long Snapchat. Options position, long Snapchat. Nice breakout. Look at that weekly candle on, whoops. Nice little weekly bottoming tail on Snapchat on volume. New lows on the week, reversing to the highs, potentially engulfing the previous week. This looks freaking strong, Snapchat. Snapchat looks strong. Baba trying to make another move here. BABA pushing with the market. Bull flag pattern intraday on Baba. Baba wants new highs. Nvidia still trading near the lows. Looks like Nvidia wants those earnings lows, guys. S&P though firming up. Tesla's still off of my long level. I'm still waiting on Tessie. Look at silver. Affirm still printing near the lows, guys. AFRM, SPY catching another big bid here. Affirm's chart looks like it's going to play out like just like Roblox did with a big decline. Looks like it's going to play out. I think SoFi was another one that had that big earnings gap up. Looks like it's going to play out like SoFi, so more downside. And then obviously it continues to push, but does look like Affirm is going to give us a little bit of a near-term topping signal as it is just knifing to the lows. We are still printing on the majority of our short trade. Look at that beautiful decline. Beautiful decline. GDX still a monster. Ethereum trying to hold that 4,300 zone. But still weak on the tape. Ethereum looking bearish intraday. Ubo. Big top wick distribution. All right, so we're gonna look for a Tesla trade. I still think we're gonna get it. It's still coming lower, but Tesla should give us a little bit of a long trade here. A little bit lower though, guys. A little bit lower. Okay, so I'm gonna wait for that one. I'm just gonna grab something quick to eat, but I'm still gonna be watching the charts here. We will grab something quick to eat. So I'll still watch the charts, guys. I'm just gonna grab some food. No one wants to see me eating, chowing, but if anything changes, I'll let you know. Still watching Marvell for a long. Still watching Tesla. We'll see what happens. Nvidia is still getting sold into today. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Tesla is starting to come in here quite nicely. We've been patiently waiting for, let me turn the music down. We've been patiently waiting for Tesla. It's coming into a nice little long area. Opportunity incoming for Tessie. Here we go. Just want to make sure that that is where the daily chart 20 moving average lies. 332.58. It is a descending target, but Tesla's starting to come into a potential long level. Now it's at 59. Come on down, Tessie. Come on down. It is your time to shine. I repeat, I'm going to be going long Tesla, guys. I'm looking at some call options. Marvell absolutely getting hammered. Fortunately, at 1 o'clock time frame, S&P failing to take out that high pivot from 1030, still looking pretty bearish. $3.35 calls on Tesla are now at $1. Looks pretty interesting to me. Let me just mark these areas. So Tesla, Nvidia, the market is starting to come down a little bit. Tesla is coming into that long opportunity, guys. We are looking for some call options off of that daily chart 20 moving average. So I'm looking at the 332.50 call options on Tesla. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Marvell getting absolutely slapped right now. Look at that Marvell trade down to the lows, breaking out of that bearish wedge formation, getting absolutely pummeled. All right, Tessie's coming in here. Tessie's coming into target, guys. Daily chart support at 332.57. We are falling a little bit more. Come on down, Tessie. S&P heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Oh, let's play ball. Come on, 332.50 calls. I'm looking at taking those. I'm buying basically at the money. If you're aggressive, you can take the 335 calls. I've been thinking about 335s. They're under $1. They seem somewhat cheap. I don't know. Buying out of the money today has just been tough. Buying out of the money calls has been very difficult. Nvidia looking very bearish. Google about to go negative. Apple negative. Every mega cap is down. Nvidia down 3.6%. S&P 500 falling to the downside right now. We are looking pretty filthy here. Markets are coming in. We are looking pretty nasty. Marvell testing It's opening 10-minute bearish range. Come on, Tesla, a little bit more. I want you lower, Tessie. Don't do it, Tesla. Don't do it. Don't bounce it here. Come on, a little bit more, Tessie. A little bit more. You got some more in you. Come on, Tesla. Keep dripping. I've been patient with this name. I'm about to go long Tesla. Come on. We're still dripping here. Come on, Tesla. Marvell's catching a bid. QQQ down 1.29. VIX is still trying to curl to the upside. SPY's still hanging in there. Tesla's almost there. Daily chart. Whoops. Almost at daily chart support for Tesla. Almost hitting a massive long-term moving here. We've been patient with this. Come on, Tessie. Keep flushing. Down 3.48%. It's neck and neck with NVIDIA. It is neck and neck to the downside. S&P is still looking heavy. Marvell looking heavy. NVIDIA is still looking heavy here. Apple trying to bounce. Trying to stay positive for Apple to Apple. Microsoft still trying to hold a little bit more bullish structure. Google. Google is starting to come in. Bitcoin down 3.66%. Ethereum down 4%. S&P trying to come lower. Come on, Tessie. We're almost there. We're almost there on Tesla. Almost there. Tesla's almost there, guys. Almost there. 332.50s. Nice. They're hopefully under $2 we get them at. More of it getting rocked. Nvidia still coming in. SPY getting heavier. Affirm. Going for new lows on AFRM. New lows on AFRM, guys. That short trade is still printing. I like it a lot. Let's look at the QQQ here. QQQ going for new lows on the session. Daily chart of the Qs trying to sweep a major pivot low. Trying to grab this bullish reversal liquidity. Looks like Qs are going to sweep this major pivot. This is still heavy here, trying to catch a bit of a bid, but we're not there yet. We are not there yet. I am looking at a scalp long. Come on, a little bit lower, Tesla, a little bit lower. Gold still hanging on to positive price. IWM still outperforming the Qs and the SPY. Tesla new lows. Tesla new lows. Let's get it cheaper. Under $2 on these contracts, 332.50 calls. I'm looking at taking a half position long here. Probably 5 contracts and then another 5 contracts if we keep going lower. $1.87 right now, Tesla. 332.54. This moving average keeps dropping a little bit lower. Come on, Tessie. Getting close. 332.50s are dripping lower. Come on, Tesla. So we're still falling here. Still seeing some distribution in Tesla. Looks like it wants to target that daily chart. It's very close. You're retesting a major Fibonacci retrace level here. It's a 382 from this really large. It's a 382 Fib retrace from your August low. So there's definitely some support here. Tesla's getting to that level, guys. Get ready to go long Tesla. Almost there. Hitting a major volume shelf momentarily. We are selling off on the S&P 500. Tesla still under a little bit of pressure here. Getting alerts across the board everywhere. Tesla a little bit more. They're trying to bounce it a little bit. Uh-oh. Nvidia new low. Tesla at the lows. Is SPY going to take out the lows? Marvell still struggling. Tesla's still looking heavy here. S&P heavy. They're still trying to sell this market just a touch here. A little bit lower, Tesla. Come on. A little bit lower. Don't bounce it here. Come on. Tesla's very close. Very close. Affirm new lows. We're now up about 10% on the short side of Affirm. Great trade there on AFRM. Moneymaker. Tesla coming in now. Really coming in. Almost at target there for Tessie. We are still seeing heavy price action. Nvidia at the lows. Tesla almost. Almost. Don't bounce it, Tesla. Don't bounce it yet. Trying to bounce Tesla just a little bit here. The market is still looking pretty heavy here on a Friday. They're still looking to sell the S&P a little bit lower. It is breaking that key technical support. A potential falling wedge pattern forming on Tesla. They are bouncing it here. So there is some support. They are buying that level. Don't tell me they put the bottom in right there. Oh my goodness gracious me. Came within pennies of our level there for Tesla. Splitting hairs there. We'll see if we get a retrace. At least we know there is some volume stepping in there. So that low was 332.67. I had to buy at 332.55 and they're bouncing it. Wow, those contracts would have printed up a little bit already. Oh my goodness. Come on, come back down. Come back down. Come back down, Tesla. Don't do that to us. I never took a fill yet. I'm just being a little bit patient. But damn, if they bounce this here, I will be pissed. Natural gas just turned positive. You should watch names like AREQT, CTRA, OKE. Oh, Tesla, what are you doing to me? Wow, those contracts went from $1.60 to $1.90. Already 30-cent bounce on those 332.50s. Filthy. Oh my God. Tesla. Oh, fuck. Missed that bounce there. Let's just pray we get a retrace. Oh my God. You just missed that moving average. Just missed it. Come on, give us a retrace. Give us a retrace. Oh my God, if anyone caught that, you're in the driver's seat of the trade. Look at that bounce. It's already over $1 bounce. Oh, come on, look at them. Wow. Wow. I'm cheesed. Are you serious? Missed my level by a few pennies. Come on, give me a retrace. Oh, those contracts are ripping. Those contracts are ripping. Shit. Come on, give us a little bit lower retrace, Tesla. Alright, I would be securing some profits if you're long Tesla. I never ever took the trade. It missed me by a few pennies. But that was a stunning bounce. That's what we were looking for. It's exactly what we were looking for. Now I'm just hoping that they come back down to the lower boundary wedge here. But that was the scalp long bounce. I'm still interested. But that was the area. Tesla trying to break out of its falling wedge pattern here. So the markets are getting trying to get a little bit of a bid here. The S&P, Tesla trying to firm up, Nvidia trying to hold some lows. SPY is catching a nice bid here, pushing, going for a potential high of day break here. This 1030 pivot is going to be key. You can get above that, SPY should start to squeeze. SPY should really start to squeeze here. It is firming up. Marvell swept the lows, Nvidia trying to push. You've got Google going green up 0.28. Apple is the next one to go green. But a nice bid on the S&P 500 coming back into play. Really decent bid. Could squeeze us nicely, but we really got to get above this consolidation. This is just, it's a small move in the larger downtrend, but yeah, if we break this pivot high, we can squeeze for sure. I agree. But it's got a lot of work to do. It's got a lot of work. We're just forming a bit of a bearish wedge formation right now. Bitcoin's still below 109, trading at 108,552, down 3.5%. I'm just looking for more swing trade setups. That's what you're supposed to do in this market when it's declining. We've taken a little bit of a couple trades today. JP Morgan's still green, lumber down. Let's look at AEHR. I remember this stock was so hyped up. Still trending to the upside. Down nicely on the session. Strong name. Still seeing distribution in this market. KSS trying to hold here. DaVita doing pretty well today. DVA, nice reversal back up. Interesting. Tesla curling down. Good Marvel. Marvel continuing to drip to the low of day. New lows on MRVL. Coming into another bearish price target. Marvel's continuing to fall. Fallen sharply. Big rejection there on SPY so far. SPY aggressive long using this short-term 5-minute 7 moving average as your stop. That is an aggressive long trade. Maybe a list of more stocks here. You're gonna take Marvell 63 calls? Nice. I'm still looking at Tesla, 332.50s. Tesla, give me a sweep of the lows and I'm interested in Tesla calls. So market's still just chopping around, guys. Not really much movement. I'm just looking at new long-term positions. There's a lot of stocks that are into areas of opportunity here. Long-term accumulation investments. Nat gas continuously starting to rip here. Nvidia is still getting rejected off of its lower boundary 10-minute candle. Dixie's quietly starting to creep up. Nat gas pushing. Look at Google. Google has just been flying here intraday. What a beast. End of month absolute monster. Ripping to the upside here. That is filthy, that move on Google. Wow. Is that new 52-week highs? Yeah, that is. That's new 52-week highs. What a beast. Most profitable company in the world, ripping to new all-time highs. That is just filthy, that move. Let's look at this trend line that I'm seeing here. Maybe there's a bit of a short scalp opportunity. Oh yeah, if Google comes into that key zone, I will look for a scalp short. That's a nice push. Oof, that's a filthy move on Google, guys. There is a short scalp coming up, but needs to go a little bit higher. Wow. That's a crazy move. Tesla coming in. Let's look at that S&P. We'll just look at the SPY. We might have a short trade here. I'm still looking at Tesla for a long. SPY continuously coming in. Trying to hold daily chart support. Still in a bit of a bearish wedge formation on SPY. Wow, look at Google. That is crazy. Oof. There's going to be some resistance here on Google, but I don't know. Strong stock in a weak market. Tough, tough short. Tough, tough short on Google. That's looking nasty. Wow. Look at that buy program, guys. If you've never seen an algorithmic buy program, that's literally an algorithmic buy program. So that's what's keeping the market up right now is Google. It's a beast. Marvell's still near the lows. That's a crazy move. Oh my goodness, look at that dump on Google. Jeez. That's crazy. What the hell was that? Anyone short that? Look at that wick down. Oh my goodness gracious me. SPY's gonna be going down after that. Oh, look at that liquidity grab. What a manipulation move there. That was filthy, guys. That was filthy. Jeez. What a dump. Tesla going right back down to the lows, guys. Tesla going right back down to the lows. There's still a trade here on Tesla. Definitely a trade here on Tesla, guys. Contracts are even cheaper than before because there's way less time in the session now. My oh my. Tesla almost at the lows. 225. There might be a bit of a play here. 332. Sorry. 332.50 calls I'm looking at still. Come on, give me new lows, Tesla. Give me new lows. $1.25. Contracts are super cheap on the 332.50s. We sweep the lows, guys, and I'm going to be looking at 332.50 calls on Tesla. Come on. Give me new lows, Tesla. Give me new lows. If there's new lows on Tesla, guys, I am looking at taking a bit of a long entry here. It officially hit my level, guys. All right, I am long the starter position, 332.50 call on Tesla. I am long 332.50 call. Started position on Tesla. All right, we've been patient with that Tesla level. Marvell continuing to break down. Come on, get a bounce, Tessie, get a bounce. SPY is still under a bit of distribution. Tesla's still under pressure, down 3.87%, the worst performing mega cap, even worse than Nvidia right now, but we are trying to bottom tick this name. It's a risky trade, but we've been patient all day. Just not a lot of time left in the session. You're looking at HIMS for a long. Let's see. No, don't take HIMS yet. HIMS is going to sweep that low. Don't take HIMS. I mean, maybe for a scalp long here, intraday scalp long could work out, but HIMS is now looking like it is going to take out these lows. So it's going to do this double bottom liquidity sweep. Wait on this name. HIMS is not looking too strong. I mean, your next bigger weekly chart, your next bigger support is on the weekly chart, 37.70. I'll have to do some work on that, but all I can say is HIMS looks highly probabilistic of going lower. Wait on that name. Yeah, definitely wait on that name. Not looking good for HIMS. You know, considering we are seeing healthcare stocks performing positive today, one of the sectors that is green, and you're seeing a lot of capital rotating into healthcare names, HIMS really isn't performing at all. So that's a bit of a concern. Caleb, you're looking at PLTR. Yeah, PLTR is trying to catch some bottom wicks here. Still another name that's fighting. It's really fighting this point of control volume shelf. There is some support here, backtesting a 50-day moving average for the first time since you broke out here in April. Still, its valuation to me is still a little bit stretched, but nevertheless, it's fighting. It is fighting. I can't say it's one of those stocks that kind of trades with the market. Market's obviously been weak, so it hasn't really firmed up, but if you were to lose that point of control again on a daily close, that would be bearish. But notice how you had that knife through the POC volume shelf here, and then you closed above, closed above, closed above, closed above, closed above, wick, but you've been managing to close above it ever since you had this epic precipitous fall. Come on, Tesla, what are you doing here? Get your ass moving. Need a long natural gas? Yeah, natural gas is certainly looking bullish. My members have already been long. We are already nicely up on the majority of our trades in natural gas. Boil, we took a long alert in the investing group right here at 26.91. We're already up double digits, 11%, and still have common shares on the table. AR, we already made money on AR, $32 calls we trimmed yesterday off of that big impulse candle. Range Resources has been a nice one off of the lows. We bought at that 32.90 zone, and that trade is in the driver's seat, working quite nicely. EQT is another one that's still, we're up on the trade, and it looks like it's going to trigger this inverse head and shoulders pattern. Coterra Energy, another one that I'm personally long, getting a nice bounce here in the S&P. So our Coterra Energy $24 calls are nicely in the money. That trade's working out quite nicely. There's still a lot of setups. OKE, that trade's working out quite nicely. All right, Tesla's trying to firm up here, guys. Again, I'm long 332.50 calls on Tesla, $1.04 average. Come on, Tesla, keep pushing up. But nat gas is still looking bullish. SPY is catching a nice bid here. NVIDIA trying still. How's Google doing on my other screen? Yeah, Google's still holding steady. This bid in Tesla, we are printing up on these calls. Come on. Give us a push here into the end of the day, Tesla. Come on. SPY's still trying here. Yeah, Open's a bit of a meme stock, right? We shorted it. We made a nice move. That was a beautiful short that we already took. We covered right down here at the lows yesterday. Sorry, Wednesday. But we rode we day traded and swing traded it short. We rode $5 puts on the live stream. And we rode $4 puts with members. Both trades went in the money nicely for us. That was a good position. Kind of in a no touch for me. I would look to short it again, but it needs to probably retest this pivot high around, call it $5. If you got to move above $5, I would consider shorting it again. All right, Nvidia's trying to push up a little bit. But yeah, Open's still a dumpster fire. It's not a profitable company. Still burns cash. It's all speculation. Even their business model, if your real estate was booming, I don't know. I mean, small margins doesn't really make much sense to me. All because you got what, some big Wall Street investors trying to pump it. It's a pump and dump company open. All right, Tesla's still struggling here just a little bit. Can't seem to firm up. S&P's got some top wicks. Google still up 1%. Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon, Meta, all red on the tape. Tesla's underperforming everything, then Nvidia. Nvidia trading at 174, down 3.44% on the tape. I need to stand up a little bit. I'm tired of sitting. Tesla trying to see some new lows, but this is a big level. It's a big daily chart level for Tesla. You really want to swing PLTR? It's risky. Whole market's in a bit of an intraday downtrend, but the larger time frame of the market is still bullish. But PLTR is going to trade with the market. Still technically holding up PLTR, so you have to lean slightly more bullish on PLTR because the bears for multiple days have tried breaking it down through this point of control and they haven't been successful. So that's a positive for PLTR. And it's sitting right on that 50. They've tried slamming it through the 50-day on multiple attempts and they haven't been able to do so. All right, Tesla breaking down even more now. Not too much volume on that sell-off. Too much volume on that sell-off. SPY is coming in though a little bit. Tesla's now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours of consecutive sell-side pressure. Big decline, Tessie. Big decline. Hour and 20 minutes left in the tape. Tesla continuing to go lower. Tesla's continuing to drip here. Wow. Maybe it wants that daily chart 200. Daily chart 200 moving average is around 330. 330. I'd be surprised if they don't give it a little bit of a bounce here. S&P though weak. Tesla new lows. Natural gas going for another high of day. Marvell going for another low of day. Tesla still weak on the tape. S&P trying to firm up. Google coming in now, so that's putting some additional pressure on the S&P 500. Alibaba still up 13%. Baidu still up 5.3. It's clear that some of the tech money out of Nvidia and your megas today are rotating into China. Chase Baba, push Baba. See you at 160 for Baba. Bitcoin still down 3.8. Ethereum down a little bit more. HIM's down 3. Snapchat got faded from the highs, but still green in a very weak tape. Natural gas up 0.5%. Crude oil slightly negative. Natural gas is squeezing, guys. Squeezing to the upside. Push it. I'm getting close to adding to my Tesla. I'm getting very, very close. Pierce of 332, I get very interested in adding. Peter asking about Lulu. So, Lulu earnings September 4th? Yeah. You know, Lulu's a tough one. Every part of me wants to go long Lulu because of how depressed it is. But to be honest, the chart is saying we're going to go lower. I don't know. Chart is saying we're going to go lower. Does it make sense down here? Yeah, it does. Have retail stocks been posting good earnings? They have. But I don't know. Lulu just seems to me like Lulu wants to go a touch lower. Let's pull up this weekly chart of Lulu here. And I know there's a lot of people accumulating Lulu. And honestly, like long-term common shares, if you can hold for the next 2 to 5 years, look, they make sense down here. Absolute sense. But I got a downside target here of about 140 on Lulu, which seems pretty crazy, but I don't know. Just this simple parallel channel telling me that we are going lower, symmetrical move. You know, maybe it's not 140, maybe it's like 150. But between 150 and 140, that's where I'm looking to accumulate. You still have a larger weekly chart gap fill going all the way back to COVID down here, 2020. But again, is its valuation making more and more sense each day? Yeah, it is. Down here, for sure it is. But I have it priced in going a little bit lower. But earnings can go anywhere. I mean, it's so tempting. You know, I've tried trading Lulu, to be honest, and every time I try getting into it, it just keeps breaking down on news, and we'll see. We'll see. I would personally just stay away from it until. Tesla leaps, any thoughts? Yep, I like Tesla leaps. We were previously in Tesla. And Tesla had a little bit of a liquidity grab, fake breakout, stopping people out now, but look what zone you're testing on Tesla. Let me erase this. Nice little clean back test, almost tagging that daily 200 moving average. Yeah, Tesla looks good. Above all of your key daily chart moving average, except for your 7, you lost that today. But not looking bad here for Tesla. It's definitely an aggressive zone to take, but Tesla's an aggressive stock, so I think it makes a little bit of sense. You just got to be very careful with what size you take, what position. But a big low for if Tesla doesn't hold here, then we're going down to the bottom of this wedge pattern again. And that could happen. That could easily happen. The market's fragile right now, weak, going through some distribution. But still okay on your larger time frame. All right, SPY's really not doing anything right now. Nvidia's still struggling here. Google's still acting well. IWM still down on the session. Trying to firm up off of the 15-minute chart support for the Russell. Tesla's trying to muster up a little bit of strength here. That's a nasty decline though today. So this was your initial selling bounce. Let's do a retrace. All right, let's see if we get a power hour pump. Be right back, guys. Still an absolute dog on the session today. S&P 500 looking a little bit weaker here. Tesla continuing to drop below 332 right now. Getting very close to adding to Tesla. Very close. So tempted here. SPY seeing more distribution. IWM still weak on the session. Nvidia is still trying to stabilize a little bit. Tesla here very shortly. One more sweep of the lows. One more sweep of the lows. We did briefly just pierce it there. Are they going to do an impulse candle down? Let's see. They might try to waterfall it here. All right, that's a nice candle down. New lows on Tesla. All right, I just added there at 53 cents. Come on, big move up, Tesla. Big move up. Big move up. S&P catching a minor bid here. Come on, Tesla. Shake off these fucking bears right now. Sorry for my language, but super oversold and continuing to go lower here. Come on, Tesla, get back up. Get back up. S&P is still super weak here. Nvidia trying to curl up, Dixie curling down. NatGas is still squeezing here, guys. Beautiful to see. Our Boyle trade is pushing to the upside. Really, really healthy price action. Interesting to see some of those NatGas equities, AR, EQT, a little bit of an arbitrage play there heading into next week. NatGas green, EQT, AR red, because the market is under pressure. So again, ARB play. Come on, Tesla, get back above 332.50. My average is sitting at 74 cents right now. I'm down, but Tesla's extremely oversold. Looking for a power hour pump here on Tesla. Come on, Tesla. Come on, keep pushing, keep pushing. QQQ trying to firm up a little bit. Tesla trying to get up a little bit. Mustering a little bit of 1 minute chart strength. Come on. PLTR trying to firm up. Come on, Tessie. Nice push on Tesla, guys. Beautiful. I'm now up on the trade. Come on, I want that EMA 113. Squeeze us, Tesla. Get back. I think Tesla's below its 20-day. Its 20-day moving average is at 332.50, so it pierced that 20-day. Come on, get these calls back in the money. Come on, Tessie, you got more than that. SPY really not participating just yet. Palantir's starting to wake up a little bit. Come on, Tesla, get back above that 20-day. Back above that 20-day moving average. Here we go. Come on, volume coming in. Volume starting to come in. Come on. SPY trying to curl. Come on, Tesla. Calls are green. Calls are green. Looking for more, though. This has been a level that I've waited for pretty much all day. Come on, SPY. Get a push back to the high of this zone. Nvidia trying to curl up. Palantir trying to curl up. IWM still slightly weak. Google still firm on the session. Apple's trying to catch a bid. Here we go. Tesla trying to push a little bit more now. Come on, explode these calls higher. Explode them. Get through. Come on, Tesla. Nice. We could have a squeeze here into the end of the day on Tesla. Come on, give us a nice squeeze. Beautiful. Come on. S&P still seeing some resistance. 332.50 calls briefly touched in the money there. They are in the money right now. Tesla acting well. Come on, Tesla, get going. Get going. I'm still expecting a move back above 333 for Tesla. That S&P 500 is just a dog right now. Really hindering things. Come on, heavy volume coming in on Tesla's 1 minute chart. Lots of volume. Push it, push it, push it. Come on. Come on, get above that pivot, man. Finding some sell side at that little point of control. S&P trying to curl here. Nice push on the S&P. Power hour push. Let's see it. They've sold this market all day. No bounces pretty much all day. Minimal bounces. Come on. Break through that wick high. Alright, contracts are going to start to explode here, guys. Here we go. Come on. Impulse candle. Impulse candle. Coming up on Tesla. Georgiana saying new JP Morgan caller November 28th, 5150 to 6115, 6755 put spread. 6755 sold calls is capping the upside to this level until end of November. Interesting. All right, Tesla's making a move here, guys. Come on. Come on, Tessie. Nice 15-minute little bottoming tail starting. Could have a potential hourly chart bottoming tail on Tesla. Tesla contracts are exploding. Beautiful move. Here we go. TP1 on Tesla coming up, guys. Come on, squeeze us into the end of the day. I want to see a big push. Come on, 332.50s. We're back green. But I'm looking for a nice punch through this resistance. Come on. Nvidia is still seeing a little bit of distribution. There we go. Tesla's moving. Ah, come on, Tesla. If you're long Tesla, you don't want to really let this go against you. Not a lot of time left in the session. Not a lot of time left in the session, but I'm still expecting them to squeeze us a little bit higher here. Come on, where's Elon when you need him? SPY's catching a nice bid. Tesla's still trying to firm up here. Trying to put in an hourly chart bottoming tail. Still seeing some sell side pressure on the 1-minute chart. SPY curling. Nvidia is still fairly weak. Palantir trying to push. Tesla's got some top wicks. You got Apple trying to curl to the upside. Come on, Tessie. Give us a big green stick to the upside. SPY's still trying to curl. Tesla's still going through distribution here. My oh my. Apple getting a nice fat candle to the upside. Tesla's still struggling here. Getting sold into yet again. So we're still seeing some distribution in Tesla. Apple's looking really strong here into the close. S&P catching a little bit of a bid. Tesla should catch that bid with the market. Potential 1-minute chart inverse head and shoulders. Let's see if we can get a first little higher high in Tesla's chart. It's been in a downtrend all day. Power hour is notorious for setting up for a potential higher high push. Let's see if we can get it. It's still tough market. The S&P is acting a little bit better. Apple really pushing. Palantir starting to push. Nvidia not really doing anything here. Still got lower lows and lower highs on Tesla intraday. Look how strong Apple is into the close here. Buying it up with full force. S&P 500 still trying to push a little bit, but Tesla's not participating. IWM still seeing a little bit of distribution in the Russell 2000 hanging on to its 15-minute chart support. Tesla looks like it's going for new lows here. Still putting in lower highs. Diverging from the S&P 500 here. Really strong divergence. Let's look at Marvell. Marvell still near the lows of the tape, selling off here. So they are continuously dumping Marvell into the close here. A little bit of a 1-minute wick on Tesla, still weak though. Nvidia not really performing just yet. Google curling to the upside. Amazon trying to find some chart support. Got Meta. Meta's been weak pretty much all session. Meta trying to find some support off the 738 level. S&P still trying to act well here, approaching that resistance zone. Apple still very strong here. Do. Nvidia is now trying to push a little bit. So Nvidia catching a bit of 10-15 minute chart support. That should help the S&P 500. Russell 2000 looking a little bit better. Nat gas still pushing. UNH had a nice push. That's up 1.8%. Kraft Heinz ketchup pushing today. Back above $28. Tesla still struggling here. Nvidia hasn't really done much the whole day other than stay near the lows of the session. Will they give it a little bit of a facelift? Will you see some short covering into the end of the day? Remember, costs money to hold shorts over the weekend. Microsoft trying to go green. Apple, Google, green. Amazon trying to curl a little higher here. Amazon down 1.12. Nvidia down 3.35. Microsoft down about $1, 0.19%. Apple up 11 cents. Google up nicely, 0.94, but slightly off of the highs. Meta down 1.77 and Tesla down 4% on the tape. SPY curling down now. Russell 2000 still looking a little bit weaker. Nvidia, more top wick distribution. The dollar's trying to curl slightly higher here. Tesla's still fragile at the lows of its session. Bitcoin still under pressure. Gold and natural gas squeezing. Come on, Tesla, get back to that 332.50 zone. A little bit of buy pressure starting to hit the tape again. Tesla's trying to flatten out some of the key moving averages on your intraday small time frame. $47 minutes left in the trading session. Come on, Tesla, make a move here. Make a frickin' move. What are you doing? Trying to form its a little higher low, but still so weak here. Come on, Tesla. Firm up, big boy. This is a big daily chart level on Tesla. I'd be surprised if we don't get even a small intraday bounce, bigger than what we just saw. This is a big level for Tesla. For a scalp long, it's a big level. Come on. Get your fat ass up there, Tesla. Come on. Come on, get back above 332.50. I want these calls back in the money. I want these calls back in the money. Yeah, US dollar is still bearish on a larger time frame, you're right. All right, Tesla, come on. Squeeze it. Oh, fucking Tesla, what are you doing? Every single pop just... Come on, something's got to give here. Damn, they just do not want to let it pop, eh? Friggin' liquidity, liquidity, liquidity. Nvidia curling down, back under 174. Come on, Tessie. Push higher here. Push off this zone. S&P trying here. Nvidia is still weak. IWM trying to hold 15-minute chart support. Tesla flattening out some of the 1 minute moving averages here, back above it, coming off of a potential higher low. Give us a nice 40-minute squeeze, 45-minute squeeze into the end of the session here. Let's see some shorts cover. Let's see some dip buyers come in. Give us a breakout of that key trend line. Give us our first little higher high intraday Tesla. Tesla has not given us any sort of a higher high intraday. It's been lower highs all session long. It's a tough trend to break, but at some point, if you were expecting the trend to break, it would be in power hour. Nvidia catching a little bit of a bid. S&P trying. Still melting it down. Come on. Heading to the back of the top of the range for the S&P. IWM trying. QQQ trying to firm up. QQQ potentially trying to break out of a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. So Qs are showing a little bit of a front running pattern here. You can see there is a bit of an inverse head and shoulders attempting a breakout here on your 5-minute chart. So Qs are looking a little bit more constructive, like they are trying to buy a bit of the mega cap tech dip. So we are seeing a bit of that rotation. Apple still trying to curl up. S&P trying to curl up. Marvell still weak on the session. We're up, we're still up about 10.8% on our Affirm short, AFRM. That one's trying to catch a minor bid. Come on, Tessie. QQQ trying to squeeze here. Can Tesla break out of this little inverse on the 1 minute and finally give us our first higher high sweep? Come on, Tesla, you can do it. QQQ's got that almost that like that end of day squeeze look on the Qs. We'll see if it happens. You know, that type of those big pushes that we see into end of the day. Still selling Tesla. Nvidia is still trying to firm a little bit, minor bit. QQQ trying to get going here. You squeeze us. Tesla about to break out. Come on. Qs are starting to get that short squeeze look. Like we're going to get a fat pump into end of the day. That's what that look is. Apple trying. Nvidia still not really participating yet. Tesla trying. Qs are starting. It's got that look about it. It's got that look about it. If Qs can clear this high pivot, it's got that short squeeze look. We've had a nice sell-off into the end of the month and week. Come on, get above these high pivots, and this market could squeeze. Tesla pushing. Come on, Tessie, get above that area. Give us a higher high. Spot tagging that same upper boundary resistance level on the S&P. Same resistance level. Wow. What a chop slop in SPY. Look at that wedge pattern on SPY. Right back to the high of that wedge. Come on, but the Qs have shown signs of breaking out here. A little bit of top wick distribution. See little breakout buyer sell side pressure. No, I shouldn't be muted, Ram. Should be able to hear me. My volume's checking out. Any Telegram, that's all good. It says my volume's on here. Wow, look at them drip Tesla there. They ripped that whole breakout. All those breakout buyers, they just sucked them dry. They just sucked them dry there. That was filthy. Google's still green on the tape. Microsoft pretty close to going green, but hasn't officially done so just yet. We got CFTC net positioning coming out at 3:30. So the speculative net positions will be coming out at 3:30. We could get a little bit more volatility there at 3:30, guys. 6 minutes. You got aluminum, copper, corn, crude, gold, NASDAQ 100, natural gas, S&P, silver, soybeans, wheat, and a lot of different currencies. This market is filthy. Tesla breaking down a little bit here. QQQ coming in. S&P slight rejection. Apple top wicks. Nvidia curling down. Still stuck in a range. No real breakout yet. No real breakout yet. Trend line Come on. QQQ S&P getting sold into your 3 minutes till the CFTC net positioning. Still up 0.7, gold still up 0.82, Google, JP Morgan still green, Apple's gone back to the negative side, big breakdown there on Tesla. Yikes. Q's and SPY are still falling here. What is going on here? Minute and 20 till CFTC net positioning. SPY getting heavy here. Q's breaking down, SPY breaking down. Pretty decent sell-off. 40 seconds until CFTC net positioning. This is where the volatility is going to come into play here, guys. 330 CFTC net position coming out here. Let's see if they want to pump this market into the close. Tesla trying to make a little bit of a reversal, negating that head and shoulders. Looks like a failed 1 minute pattern. QQQ still struggling. Nvidia trying to firm up. Big punch through on Tesla. Come on, Tessie. 332.50 calls. Back up. Big push. Big push. Nice punch through on Tesla. Come on, squeeze us. All right, so CFTC net positioning is out. NASDAQ 100, speculative 636.1K. S&P 500 minus 187K. Silver net positions up 46,500. What else we got? So a decline in the S&P, but an increase in the NASDAQ. Gold up 214,000. Interesting. So they're buying up NASDAQ, selling S&P 500. So it seems 332.50 calls on Tesla back green. Been patient with this dog. It should squeeze us into the end of the day, guys. Tesla. We should squeeze into the end of the session here. What's Nat Gas doing? Nat Gas still holding steady. I like that. So NASDAQ tech stocks should try to catch a bid. Give us a squeeze, Tesla. Tesla still didn't print a higher high yet. Got slightly rejected, but it's trying. There's a nice push. All right, we just got a higher high on Tesla. This name could absolutely rip here into the close. Higher high on Tesla. Beautiful. Come on, Tesla. Give us a close on the higher high basis. Tesla's printing our first higher high of the session, guys. Higher low, higher high. A little bit of a near-term downtrend starting to try to break out here on Tesla. That's a good sign if it can close. A little bit of a 1 minute wick and distribution because the S&P and Qs are weaker here. But Tesla did print a higher high there on the 1 minute chart. First higher high break. The downtrend has been negated intraday on the smaller time frame. Tesla's been your weaker Magnificent 7 stock. Come on, Tesla. Keep pushing. QQQ and SPY are still weak right now. That's why Tesla's not really performing as much as it would. Apple trying to get going now. 27 minutes left in the tape. Natural gas taking a small fade. Nice push on Tessie. Come on, get to 333. Tesla's almost at 333, guys. QQQ and S&P have barely moved. Barely seeing the markets move here, and Tesla's trying to push. Nice punching through, trying to punch through resistance there. Come on, get 333, get 333. Punch it, Tesla, punch it. Qs and SPY have barely moved yet. Tesla's making a move. Nvidia trying, Apple trying. Still no movement in your NASDAQ and S&P yet. 1 minute chart EMA on Tesla being tagged here. You've gotten now 2 1 minute candle closes above that higher high, but SPY and Qs are still seeing some top wick distribution. Still seeing distribution in the major indices. Boom, Tesla just hits 333. Big decline on the major indices. Qs and SPY are looking heavy. Nvidia selling. Apple's got top wicks. Tesla now coming in. After giving us a little bit of a breakout. Markets are too heavy right now. Markets are too heavy. Qs are falling. Tesla falling. Everything falling now. SPY and Qs melting everything. Nvidia curling down. Apple curling down. Google selling off. Microsoft still staying kind of flat here. Tesla's still just chopping around. S&P 500 still selling off pretty sharply. Again, so what we've seen is more of that CFTC net positioning, selling the S&P but buying your tech. Look at the S&P 500 dripping lower here. Selling off pretty sharply. QQQ still under a little bit of pressure. Tesla's still hanging in there despite the sell side pressure. Everything is getting very wicky and choppy. A lot of 0 DTE, final month end positions. Not only do we have a monthly candle, we have a weekly candle close. And it's a Friday. Crazy price action here in the markets. Can they get a little bit of a bid, the major indices? So far, they have been sold into off of that CFTC net positioning. Nat gas and gold remaining firm. Bitcoin right now down 3.68%. Tesla's one of the few mag names that have pushed to the upside despite the equity market selling. $23 left in the tape. Lots of wicks. Apple still trying to curl. Nvidia trying to curl. Google struggling a little bit. Apple might. Everything is negative except for Google. All right, you're getting some bottom wicks now in your NASDAQ. Tesla's still trying to fight on the 1-minute chart. All right, another little bit of a potential higher low for Tesla. Can it make another higher high here? It's going for it. Pierce through it. Bust through that level, Tesla. I want to see a big impulse candle. Bust through it. Qs are getting some bottom wicks. SPY getting some bottom wicks. Nvidia trying to push. Apple trying to push. Bust through it, Tesla. Squeeze it. Big volume. Big volume coming in everywhere. Month end. Nice tail candle in the S&P 5-minute chart. Really good tail candle. All right, Tesla's looking a lot stronger here. Come on, bust through 333. They're still keeping this market pinned in a very narrow and tight range, guys. Still keeping it pinned. Going to break out here. Take us back to the high of the range at least. Whoops. Tesla struggling off that EMA 113. Apple still trying to push. Nvidia getting a slight 10-minute moving average cross of your 7 and 20. S&P and Q still struggling here. Comes Tesla, bang, hitting our first TP, but I want more. Let it pierce that level. Tesla tagging our first target price, finally trying to break through resistance. All right, guys, I just took a trim there on Tesla calls. I took a trim on Tesla calls up 90 cents there. First trim, beautiful little trade, up 15 cents there. Nice zone. We were patient with that one. That was a dog. All right, I'm moving stops to break even, 74 cents. Let's see if we can get another squeeze here. Oof, that was some crazy price action there. We finally busted through that first target price. My average is 74 cents with a break-even stop loss. That's a hard stop. They could easily wick us down. Right there. I just got wicked out, guys. Tesla. I got wicked out on the runners. I'm all out of that Tesla 3250 calls. They wicked me out. But we made money. That was volatile. That was crazy. And they could still squeeze this market. I might roll into the little bit of profits into that trade again. I'm going to roll it back in, the profits, so I'm going to just risk what I made there. I'm going to take 332.50s again. I didn't take a fill. I want a lower average than what I had. Oh, are they going to punch it through here? It's looking like they're going to squeeze it. Uh-oh. They may squeeze it here. I want below 70 cents to get back into this trade. And I made about 150 bucks, so I'm gonna roll into probably only 2 contracts, just playing with that money that we just made. They're still trying to punch it through. Give us a little bit of a dip, Tessie. Give us a little bit of a dip. That was some volatile price action. What are oh, they don't have 333s. I wish Tesla had dollar increments for the strike zones. It's just their 2.5 cent moves. S&P, big push. Nvidia pushing. Apple pushing. Qs are pushing. Everything is trying to push here. Whoa, look at that move through resistance on Tesla. I told you, this was a big level on a daily chart. That's what we waited for all day on Tesla. And look at that squeeze. Bang, bang. And again, I'm all out of my Tesla day trade position. All out. We have to be patient with that one. That was choppy. That was freaking choppy. I had to ride this whole little chop and slop, but nice little push into the end of the session. I'm very happy with how that went. Very happy with how that went. Marvell still weak on the session. Marvell's just a dog. Natural gas still holding. Natural gas still holding positive price. Alibaba, what is Baba doing? Still up 12.89%. UNH pushing to the high side. That one's getting a nice punch through. Look at UNH, high of the session. That's a strong weekly candle close for UNH too. That looks ready. Whoa, look at Tesla squeezing. Oh, I wish I still had some runners. Ooh, baby. Anyone still holding that? Look at Tesla squeeze. Holy shit. Look at that name. That is filthy, guys. Epic, epic level. Everyone should have at least been able to make something off of that Tesla trade. Look at that move. It is ripping. Can they squeeze Tesla to 335 into the end of the day? Imagine that happens. What's 335 calls? They're priced at 59 cents right now. Oh my goodness. No, they're priced at 10 cents. The 335 zeros, 10 cents? That would be crazy. No, that's just pure gambling. That's just pure gambling. I can't do that. I can't do that. QQQ. Qs are looking for a squeeze level here. A lot of individual names squeezing. Nvidia trying to push as well. But nice trade if you caught that with us on Tesla. Give yourself a pat on the back. It was worth waiting for a little bit there. NASDAQ still trying to push here. S&P 500 still trying to push. Can the QQQ get above that squeeze level? It's these last 10, 13 minute pushes that these markets just go absolutely bananas some days. We see crazy moves, that's for sure, in the final little session here. Oh my God, Tesla's still trying to push. So again, this seems to be your mega cap tech is pushing. Oh my goodness, look at Tessie go. Wow. Dang. Those 332.50 calls are almost up 100%. Yep, they're crossing the 100%. Look at Tesla squeezing. What a rip there. Holy shit. What a rip. Shouldn't have put a break-even stop loss. They absolutely wicked me out. But what a monster move. Absolutely epic squeeze on Tesla. That's crazy, eh? Just the way that she can go sometimes. Qs, we're trying to get above that short squeeze level. Just failed. Big rejection there on Tesla. That was a good trade, guys. That was a good trade. Make your heart race a little bit. A little bit of 0 DTE power hour fun. But I don't know if we're going to go higher. Doesn't look like it. Apple turned green. Google's still green. Meta's still struggling. Microsoft's still struggling a little bit. Baidu's still squeezing here. Apple's starting to come in. Jeez, another high spike there for Tesla. Look at the volatility coming into this tape. Epic, epic volatility. Nvidia curling down sharply. NVDA selling off sharply. Tesla still holding pretty steady. I feel like there's going to be a wild impulse candle. You had some crazy price action here in Tesla near the close. Look at them just trying to rip Tesla. Who is buying here? Contracts went up over 100%. And we bought at the money. That was insane. I don't even know what 335s were priced at the lows here. 335s were probably so cheap down here. They're probably about a penny or two, I would have to imagine. But look at the divergence right now. Massive divergence. What a sell-off in the Qs there. That was filthy. Should I take a bit of a lotto QQQ? 570. Let's see what that is on the Qs. 48 cents. What about a 571? 571 is 13 cents, 12 cents. No, that's too. Whoa! No way they're gonna push Tesla to 335, guys. No way. Holy smokes. What a beast. What a beast. Only down 3.45%. Look at that move on Tesla, guys. Wow. I said it was a good level. There were a lot of factors here. A lot of factors off of this level. Wow, I left money on the table there. But that's okay. Well, I still made money at the end of the day in that last final trade, ending the Friday off on a really good note. Gold pushing up 1%. Nat gas up. Think they dumped this market into the close? What are we, 569 put? Let's see what that is. 569 put, 24 cents. Dump it down to the lows. They could. Nvidia is still weak. All right, I'm going to take one contract on the Qs, 569. Actually, you know what? No, I'm just going to stay out. I'm not going to do it. Oh my God, look at Tesla. Look at Tesla ripping. Holy moly. What a monster. Those are the moves. Those are the moves. Holy shit. Contracts are up 200% off of those lows there almost. Well, 180, 175. No way they're going to push it to 335, guys. No way. Are they going to push it to 335 on Tesla? No way. No, they can't. That would be extreme. I mean, they could, but that would be nuts. So I issued 4 new options alerts today to the options group. In addition to a position and 2 new positions. 2 trades, same ticker. But I did do, and then I issued another buy alert in the longer term investing portfolio. So we deployed a little bit more capital today. I actually haven't ever bought one of the stocks. I've never ever owned. First time buying it. Look at that QQQ just dumping. Should have taken those put options. Natural gas closing the week with a very, very strong session. Off of the highs on the 1-minute chart, but a massive move to the upside, guys. That's a very strong move. Looking at our Boyle position, guys. That thing absolutely ripped today. Funny enough, Boyle's outperforming nat gas. Interesting close to the market. A lot of different distribution wicks. A lot of stocks catching individual bids. Some stocks getting absolutely crushed. Tech stocks, Nvidia, big decline into the close there. Natural gas and gold continuing to remain firm into the close. Final 4 minutes here, guys, and then I'll wish everyone a happy weekend. There will be a lot to discuss this weekend. I'll be putting out some exclusive member analysis videos, lots to discuss. From commodities to stocks to crypto to the bond market. We'll digest some of the economic data that we got. We're going to look at some of the sectors of the S&P 500, because when you have Nvidia down 3.5%, that's about 150 billion just from that stock alone. Never mind Amazon, never mind Microsoft, never mind Apple, never mind Meta, never mind Tesla. A lot of capital will be rotating. Look at Tesla just ripping here into the close. Holy moly. QQQ flying into the close. And remember, Nvidia's sell-off, although it's bearish in the short term, that capital is likely going to find another home, which I much prefer. Nvidia is a little extended up here. Needs to digest. A lot of mega cap names still need to digest, but we really want to see, for the overall strength of the market, you really want to see capital rotate into some of the more beaten down sectors. You still have a lot of saturation in your tech, XLK, semiconductors, Qs. Obviously it's the heartbeat of the market, but a lot of other companies are significantly undervalued in my opinion. All right, so far, wrapping up the end of the session, IWM outperformed. QQQ down 1.26% currently speaking. SPY down 0.66%. Your Dow component negative on the tape. IWM down by 0.45%. Nvidia and Tesla are neck and neck for the worst performing mega cap tech stock. Natural gas and gold closing out the session strong. VIX is up 3% on the tape. Google outperforming this week, closing at new all-time highs for Google, maintaining its structure and company as maintaining its position as the world's most profitable company. Huge bullish accumulation for Google that we've seen this week. There's definitely a lot to discuss between the bond market. 10 and 2 spread, 2 and 30 spread. Swinging my Affirm short overnight, guys, or I should say over the weekend. So a really bad SPY short off the open, a kind of a Grand Slam AFRM short, which is getting a nice little bid off of the lows, but I am swinging that position overnight. I think we're going to head to that gap fill. So still in the driver's seat. Nice little trade on Tesla. Big bounce on the Qs there into the close. But nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in. And hopefully everyone has a really good weekend. And we will see you for a nice Monday live stream. Definitely stay tuned for some of those member analysis videos, guys. All right, guys, take it easy. Enjoy your weekend. Touch some grass. And we'll see you next weekend. Peace.